Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Welcome to another PrizePicks NA Revival Series. This time we got number 5 coming at you. I am JRT, joined by Exner. Cole, how are you doing today?
Doing fantastic. We're looking forward to some more exciting NA Counter-Strike, of course, so it should be a fantastic day, as it always is here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm here, guys. I got my Christmas shirt. I'm ready to spread Christmas cheer. We're only like a week and a half away, and I love it every year. So let's get that Christmas hype going. And of course, let's get into the bracket here and talk about the teams that are going to be playing. And obviously, first, we're going to have the Party Astronauts up against the Fluffy Aimers. And I think that this one's going to be interesting because we got some changes coming to the Fluffy Aimers. We're going to talk about that more as we check out the bracket that'll come in for you guys, and we can talk more about the other matches. Nouns are obviously coming back. We've got a couple of new teams, though. I don't know if you had a chance to look at them, Cole, that qualified through the open qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, definitely excited to see some new faces. It's always
Yeah.
interesting to see the rosters that are coming out of the open qualifier. Some of them kind of standing at the high levels of advanced. So yeah, I mean, it'll be really interesting to see what some of those teams are capable of doing. Obviously, though, alongside the new faces, we've got many of the old faces that we know and love here at the Revival series, and obviously coming and looking in for back-to-back wins. You got Nouns still looking to play things out. The big deal for them in closing out the last Revival series with their new look roster. NRG obviously looking to impress, fresh off the back of a Frag 18 victory on land. So there's a lot of exciting rosters that are coming out here and playing.
No, for sure. And I mean, yeah, I'm super interested to see like some of the roster changes that are going to come through. I mean, particularly, I guess the Fluffy Aimers going to have Wolf coming back. I haven't seen him for a while, and it's good to see him kind of rejoining this roster. Obviously, Marquis went back to free agency, didn't really want to play anymore. I mean, I kind of felt like that was going to happen because he's so negative about CS2 that I didn't necessarily expect him to stick around. It's weird. Some players just deciding that they're not going to adapt with the game. That's fine. I mean, look, it opens up the doors for other players to come through, and we'll see if Wolf can shine here with this Fluffy Aimers roster. And I believe News won't be playing either today because he's sick. So we're going to have Denial coming in his place. But yeah, I just wanted to mention NRG, obviously, have been the champions of the Revival series several times. So we'll see if they can get back to their throne, because last time Nouns actually defeated them in Revival series number 4. And maybe we'll get a rematch of that. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Let's jump into the NA Revival series analyst segments, the PrizePicks analyst segment, I should say. Right after, in just a moment, guys, we'll get that analyst segment up for you guys and talk about all the players that we're looking forward to seeing here. And like I was saying, I think Wolf will be interesting. Obviously, there's going to be an adjustment required for the Fluffy Aimers, Cole, with News not being there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a shame. News has been a player that I think is I mean, again, very hot prospect. You know, when I saw him recently on LAN, there in KC, and for some reason in my brain, I'm like, okay, this guy's kind of not necessarily like newer to ECL, but like playing at this level, he's been around the scene. Getting past advanced, just kind of relatively recent. So it's funny to see that. As good of a prospect as he is, he's still a little bit older. So always really impressed. But we'll zoom in a little bit here on Party
Yes.
Astronauts and what they have here for our PrizePicks analysts section and see how things are moving on here. As we can see, I mean, OG Wizard, one of the new additions coming into this squad here. Obviously, again, this team has been very willing.
Yeah.
Bentley, as a leader, has been willing to invest in some new talent. But hey, they're also going back to the roots a little bit when you look
Yeah.
at Viz and his reintroduction into the scene. So nothing I'm like disappointed about seeing. I'm always happy to see Viz into the server. I always question, how much effort this guy's putting in. It's always a lot because he shows those results even after these little breaks that he takes. Getting back into the Counter Strike, it still seems like he's super efficient and super familiar with these players. But no question, whenever I look at the roster and in terms of leadership and kills and output, it's going to be Fang for me at least.
Oh no, I think it's for everyone, Cole. I think you're on the money there for sure. Fang is one of those players that has been fantastic on every single team he's been on. I think he continues to impress here as part of this Party Astronauts roster. And actually, he himself said at Frag 18 in an interview that he feels like this is the strongest iteration of the Party Astronauts for quite a few months. So we'll see if that holds true. I mean, look, Viz is a great support player. Like he's just fantastic at filling the gaps whenever you need him. So I think that is a good pickup. But for me, yeah, it's definitely Fang to keep an eye out for and OG Wizard. Those are my two. Let's jump over to the Fluffy Gamers now. Obviously, we have a little bit of a change because, as mentioned, News will not be playing here tonight. But looking at the other players, who stands out to you?
I mean, so far, obviously, I think Slump is of interest here with this squad. Guy that again comes onto the scene, puts a lot of attention on his name here, and looking to prove himself. And again, was kind of feeling more and more comfortable with this roster as time goes on. So I always keep a close eye on what he's able to do for this team. See if he can continue to show that efficiency on the AWP. I'm surprised actually to see Wolf and his numbers look very good. I mean, again, a guy that can take some resources and use it effectively, but a lot of positions that he plays here sometimes rely on him getting the output. So maybe a little less surprising there, but for me, I think also which is interesting about this roster is Brett as an individual.
Yeah.
I think he actually can perform quite nicely. He can bring you those kills. He's IGL again. That's going to play in very active roles in the map, and I think that alone automatically puts him into the position of attention where he has to get these kills as well. So for me, I think Brett is someone to keep a close eye out. Can he keep up the performances? He's been doing very well. So kind of like a surprise pick, I guess, there for the IGLs in terms of like what you expect out of them. But I definitely think that he's going to be looking good in this best of three.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. And I mean, also, I think you already highlighted him, but Slump is going to be one to keep an eye on because of his entry ability, his ability to open up space for his squad. I think that's certainly going to be important. And Wolf, as well as the newest addition, he has been a hot hand. 1.18 rating over the last 3 months and a plus 62 kill to death differential. This guy has been performing well. That's the reason why he was officially added to the roster as of December 3rd. So for me, those are my two picks to keep an eye on. And we've got vetoes. We got game coming up soon, guys. We'll get through those vetoes quickly. So let's bring them up and talk about the maps that we're gonna have here. I mean, look, oh, we got them already up. So yeah, Ancient, Mirage, and Anubis coming through. No real surprises here. Ancient and Anubis have been embraced by NA, I would say, over the last few months, Cole. So it's not surprising to see it. And Mirage is, a pick that Party Astronauts kind of, I feel like they're going into a lot more now.
Yeah, we've been so used to seeing Ancient and Anubis here in NA, especially in
Yeah.
these NA revival series where it's constantly being played out. But for me, Ancient's going to be something to keep an attention to. When we talked about and when you mentioned, Fang in that interview saying this is the strongest iteration PA has been able to formulate, they've taken a lot of adjustment into Ancient in particular. This at one point was a very clear punish picks for a lot of teams to target PA and their weakness. But now, like I think they're kind of building into this map, becoming a little bit more comfortable. Now that's still to say, I think that Fluffy Aimers are also playing into their strong suits with this map pick. So not only are they dealing with kind of a strength here that's been building, PA are still working on this map, but they've shown a lot of improvement over the last couple of months. Fluffy Aimers playing with some comfort into this head-to-head with their pick. So I actually do think this is a strong start opportunity for them. Mirage is going to be certainly difficult, especially without News, who I think is kind of a little
Yeah.
bit of a specialist player on Mirage. He's super good on that map in creating space. I think they're going to take a big hit there, and I think that's where Party Astronauts are looking to bounce back in this best of 3 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we have to talk about as well the fact they did face each other in Frag 18. And surprisingly to me, anyway, it was the Fluffy Aimers that won that because I feel like the Party Astronauts have some more heavy hitters on their side and
Mhm.
it didn't really work out. It was Ancient, exactly the same veto Ancient, Mirage, and Anubis. Ancient taken by FA, Mirage taken by PA, and then PA losing to FA on Anubis in overtime. It was close, but 16 to 14 was the result there. So we'll see if we get the same thing that'll happen here. Oftentimes, teams try to avoid going for the same veto when they get the win previously, just because the script can flip afterwards. And I've seen it before. We've both seen it before where that type of stuff happens. But we'll see if the Fluffy Aimers can hang on to it and get another W under their belts. And it's not going to be easy. We still got a couple of minutes, guys, before we go in, though. But yeah, Cole, go ahead. And I think we have some more thoughts you wanted to share.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think Fluffy Aimers is a team. I'm with you. I was kind of surprised to
Yeah.
see that a PA obviously in a bit of an adjustment period, not only with OG Wizard, which was a relatively recent adjustment, a
Yes.
recent addition, but also reintroducing Viz into this roster. It's a lot to quickly gel with. There's still a lot of confidence that this roster can get the job done and continue to raise the ceiling for PA. But when you look at Fluffy Aimers and some of the upsets that they've been able to cause throughout 2024, a lot of big victories that I think this team kind of maybe gets flown under the radar when we talk about, like, one of those. I think it was Revival Series 3 or 2 where they upset Legacy, and did so in convincing fashion, and that was a Legacy that was rolling throughout the entirety of NA, consistently
Yeah.
getting wins. So I'm always like super impressed to see what this roster is able to do. Can they continue to show that efficiency? But for me, I think this team has a whole lot to offer long term. I think Brett as a leader is going to be someone to look forward to in the future. Like long term, I think this guy's going to be an absolute stud of an IGL. I've heard other IGLs kind of hint that this guy knows what he's doing. So there's a lot to lean on in terms of what Fluffy Aimers can get away with, and especially like an opportunity to prove it online here and replicate the performance that they did on land would be a big deal.
No, absolutely. And I think that the Fluffy Hammers, even before the Frag 18 results they were getting, they were starting to impress me a little bit more. It felt like the team was gelling really well. I felt like Markey could have been a permanent addition to the roster. It didn't work out, but Wolf has been even better. So I don't actually see an issue with that at all. Definitely on my personal radar for sure. And then the Party Astronauts, I feel like they're still, not necessarily hitting their stride as much as they could. I do agree with Fang's assessment, though, that this team definitely is nearing that point where it feels like it's the best iteration of the roster for quite some time. But at the same time, when you look at like when the cash cups were first introduced in North America, right? And then they're not as prevalent anymore. Now we have the revival series, which is, pretty awesome and way better, let's say. No. But no, yeah, but it's just that the Party Astronauts were kind of taking all those titles and they were the team that was winning everything. Now NRG's taken that, and they're the ones kind of winning all this stuff. And Party Astronauts really haven't returned to that form. And that's what I'm waiting to see from Ben Leith's squad. We're going to jump into the action here on Ancient. Let's see how this is going to go for both these squads. Wolf taking the first fight here up against OG Wizard, Fang, and Viz. Aggression from the Party Astronauts as it will be Slump and Slump again, actually. Wolf goes down. Slump and Jason get 2 more, and it's a 4v2 for the Fluffy Aimers.
Oh, but pushing straight through the smoke into the dual Berettas right there, getting tore up by Infinite.
What?
And his dualies, he lines them up through the smoke. Everyone tries to charge forward, and what an electric start for Infinite to kick this thing off. absolutely laser focused with those dual Berettas. PA get the pistol win despite the 2v4.
That's absurd. I was convinced Fluffy Aimers had that round. All of a sudden, Infinite just melts everyone with his dualies. That was actually ridiculous. 1-0, yeah, for the party astronauts. And they're going to run 4 MP9s and an M4. That should help build up their economy up against these pistols. And Fang's already collected 1 against Jason. So perhaps, I mean, it feels like it anyway, the party astronauts want to make a statement here up against Fluffy Aimers and say that that previous win was nothing but a fluke. Brett going to be gone as well. 5v4 here. Wolf looking to slip through the smoke, and he just might. Viz is aware of the possibility someone might be here, but yeah, Wolf doesn't get anything, and Viz will almost find the follow-up. Does get dropped, he gets all the information, meaning that Fang's going to try and collect a couple more scalps. He's already got 3, looking for the 4th, and there it is. 2-0 for PA.
I've been very impressed with some of the individuals here. Again, you know, Fang, obviously, when it comes down to holding off this mid control, is going to be one of the biggest challenges Fluffy Aimers have to pass in terms of how they take this space up against such an efficient player. You're going to have to deal with him consistently kind of challenging you out. Who is going to be able to step up and land some of those entries on this Fluffy Aimers squad? It's going to be the question that they have to answer. Who's going to be able to take that space in a crucial side of the map control?
Yeah, and I mean, we didn't talk about it as much in the pregame, but that much in the pregame, I should say. But Denied, of course, is playing in the place of News, and that could be a factor here to success. Jason gets 2 openers towards mid. Fang looking the wrong way, coming down lane, and Ben Lee going for the re-engagement. Can't get anything done. Now the bomb's going to be planted on A because all the space has been gained. OG Wizard just short of fragging Brett, and now Infinite with the M4 and Biz as well. They got to save these. I mean, there's really no reason to go in for more fights. This was technically a bonus round here, Cole.
Yeah, impressive stuff, though. And I just asked the question, who's going to be able to kind of answer the call of what Fang does towards middle on a pretty consistent basis? Well, Jason gives us our answer very quickly. He's going to be able to be called upon here for some of these opening duels. Playing at the edge of that smoke with pure composure. And I'll be interested to see, you know, long term, this substitute situation. Something I give, again, Brett a lot of credit for is over the last, you know, couple of months, whenever the marquee stuff was happening, and as you highlighted, you know, he was kind of out of this roster, a key component of this team, you know, leaves around the RMR season, and I really did think that that was like the end of this roster kind of leaning towards the top of like the ECL caliber teams, and obviously they still got some work to get to that point, I think, but the fact that they've been able to stay competitive, be pretty occasionally like an upset roster as well, all of that makes me think this team has some very good leadership despite all of the challenges that they face with stand-in situations, things like that. Always super impressed with how Brett is able to lead the different pieces, but he's seeing vision. Brett gets removed from the server, so won't be able to lead in this round, at least in the server. He's gonna have to do it from watching.
Viz getting lit up here, down to 33 HP, but still standing despite the barrage of bullets. Lots of time left on the clock here for the Fluffy Aimers to work with. Smoke gonna get thrown again for ramp, so that keeps visibility at a limited amount for the Fluffy Aimers. 3 players just scurrying along in and around the cave position, and Denied does actually manage to get one onto Infinite. Viz gets the immediate trade though, so the man advantage is still retained here, and it might be a 2-man edge soon if Slump over peaks. That said, Wolf on the other side gets Ben lead, so that will help immensely. That could trigger them to go towards the A site, and it absolutely will.
Good reroute here in the mid round to land some of these adjustments. Opened up there, Jason as well. Still able to thread a quick kill in before going down. And there's access into this side of the map. Numbers being punched in, Fang. A knife out rotation. Sliding inside the smoke, hoping for some sort of success. But they both kind of slink back in towards Donut. That smoke and the lack of kits. All of this extra time being bought off the clock in one of the strongest post plants you can establish yourself in already. 10-second defuse. Fang just going to hope his teammate can provide coverage. They run out of Donut, though. Wolf, he's close by. OG Wizard takes the fight, though, and he will win it. So a good clutch coming through from the Opper with the rifle, and Party Astronauts will be able to secure themselves a third.
Yeah, the full 10-second defuse comes through, and yeah, that was obviously scary, like you were outlining, Cole. The fact that so much time was bought off the clock with the smokes, and the positioning of the Fluffy Aimers were in over in Donut, and even getting the frag onto Fang. I thought by that point OG Wizard wouldn't be able to clutch it out, but he delivers, and he keeps the Party Astronauts in the lead, extending it to 2. And yeah, just very well done overall by the Opera this time with the rifle. As we go into round number 5, it's going to be an AK, 2 MP9s, and 2 M4s for the Party Astronauts. So the 5 a little bit limited because, they've been losing a lot of bodies round after round, while on the other side for the Fluffy Aimers, the bomb plants have resulted in a full AK buy-up this time. There's a smoke coming in. Interesting place to throw it. Infinite has all the space in the world to go for a fight. Loses it, but the immediate trade is there from Biz, even though he takes a little bit of damage on the tail end. Every single round it appears as though the Fluffy Aimers want to try and take these quick fights towards the B site.
Forced to dance here pretty early on. We're on the spam that continues to be waits there. Jason again taking some good control towards middle. So Fluffy Aimers with a lot of early protocols to take this map control. Every facet of it. Cave successful. Working up the ramp side. A good 1-for-1 trade. So a lot of pressure. And I think Fang just eats some of that spam there just now. 50 HP now to his name. Jason looking for a timing on this lurk. And with this early map control, I think there's a lot of discomfort already forced into the CT side. And a lot of faith put into Benley to hold off this A side. And oh my god, Brett in transition gets the pick, rotates off there quickly. Now this all is heard, and especially this Donut player hearing the A main scale. Ben Lee, can he find anything in this cave position? He has to call in the rotations, but Jason's there to cut it off. So the support system here is nullified. Ben Lee struggling to have impact inside of cave, and a perfectly pulled together round there for Fluffy Aimers. They got away with everything they could ask for.
Yeah, that was really well played, actually. Just the maneuvering and positioning towards mid, cutting off rotations in CT, and then Ben Leet unable to really do much of anything from the Party Astronauts and Donut. That was a big difference maker because Fluffy Aimers were able to get onto the A site without too much of a fuss. And that will give them their second round. And as I mentioned before, the Party Astronauts don't have that great of an economy right now. So it'll probably be an eco around this M4. Maybe you'll get some upgraded pistols. Perhaps. I doubt it, though, because the loss bonus is so low, unless they just decide to force up and go for the double eco. But either way, 6th round going to be coming in. Fluffy Aimers had a clean round victory, and their economy is actually looking much healthier.
That just shows right there the strength here. When you look at the positioning of that P side, I mean, sure, that extra kill from Brett helps a lot, but the setup and the foundation that they put themselves in is fantastic. You take some cave control, you get a player tucked in towards Red Room as well. I mean, there was just so much ground gained, and then that quick, snappy rotation into the A side where they don't really hesitate. Jason's available to cut off rotates. It allows for a lot of safety in the bomb plant. I think just about everything you could ask for in a round like that. They're throwing a lot of early utility as well to put pressure on B, I've noticed. And liking that, the little pressure smoke up the ramp side to let some action take place. Oh, he just keeps on spamming as well. That's another spam kill.
Ridiculous.
There's no safe place to stand on this B side, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's good spam that's being thrown forward there by Brett. Common angle gets hit. Fang's gonna get a couple, though. Finally gets traded by Denied. 3v2. That was the only rifle in the round that already had a decent amount of impact. Wolf gonna plant this bomb onto the A site, and you have OG Wizard Infinite. They have the body armor, they have an MP9, a 5.7. It was a force buy. So you'll imagine they want to keep whatever they've got here and carry it over into the following round. As the Fluffy Aimers have erased the lead that the Party Astronauts built up early here. They'll be tying it up at 3 once this bomb explodes.
Going to lead to a save here and potentially a lead opportunity to be taken. I think the one thing that Party Astronauts they desperately need and have had limitations in getting is like your full utility belt. everything you could ask for here in the firepower department. You know, OG Wizards still yet to have an AWP. The round that they win is a clutch, so you can tell that there's some struggles there. Nice AK retrieve from Infinite, but I don't think if you're PA, you're too worried about at the moment what Fluffy Amers is getting away with, because I know as soon as they get those rifles out in this next round, not this one, but the next, you're probably going to be looking at more effective protocols to take map control here. At least that's what you're hoping to see.
Got a bit of a timeout being called here. I think might be technical in nature. Perhaps some issues in terms of TeamSpeak or ping or who knows. One of those. As we're waiting to get going here once more. But yeah, I agree with you. I think once the party astronauts actually get the rifles out, this will be a very different story. Should be able to get their feet under them once more. It's just hard when you get that CT economy to get it going, right? Because oftentimes if you just lose a lot of bodies in the early rounds, even though you get a nice lead, like that 3-1 lead they had, they just kept going down to 2v1s or 1v1s in those situations. And that's why just one round loss afterwards completely takes them out. And they don't have enough money to fully reinvest, and you're seeing the, the result of that here, as they only have that AK that's saved over from the previous one, and they're only going to lightly buy an upgrade here. You got a couple of 5.7s, a couple of USPs, and Fang's the only other one aside from Infinite with the body armor. So, party astronauts, where are they going to deploy that rifle? The lone rifle goes to Donut. I don't mind that. You get a lot of engagements potentially there.
See what they can do here. But yeah, that OG Wizard 1v2 is incredible. It does leave you in a bit of a dire state thereafter when you struggle to convert around afterwards. Economy a little out of control for the CT side. And pressure put on Infinite's shoulders at the moment. And again, Jason just taking a lot of confident duels here towards middle. Not hanging back here, but instead fighting forward for this space. Opportunity for Infinite to thrive in this position. Look at this little off angle here, peeking right into the Yop though. And Slump has his teammates back to the site they go here though. A lot of resistance being met, and eventually those kills will flow on through from Brett. Sidearm brought out from Brett as well as he finds a nice 3K. And we'll set it up here for a Fluffy Amer's lead.
It felt like Infinite was set up for at least 1 or 2 frags even there, and he gets none. It's just a nice peek coming through from the Fluffy Amers, and maybe just the timing for Infinite on his movement slightly off. I don't know. Either way, it will be the Fluffy Amers taking a lead here. That's their 3rd round victory in a row, but finally, the party astronauts have their feet under them. Even in that round, like after you talked about the OG Wizard 1v2, where he wins it, they had to get 2 MP9s winnings up against AKs, right? On the Fluffy Amers side after that. So it was not the greatest. This is their first proper buy-up with an op in the mix. And immediately Ben Lee gets an open here, charging out aggressively into A main. Now the Fluffy Amers have to stop in their tracks and be careful, because who knows if Ben Lee's going to swing around that corner again. Here comes Slump with the op, and Ben is waiting at a perfect angle here. Throws the Molotov as well. Wolf has to try and get away from it. Ben's certainly going to hear that. And Ben, IGL for the party astronauts, going to get a 3K. That's pretty much control of the round thanks to him. And Denied is the last one standing.
Well, I said this team's going to get a lot more aggressive once they get the riflers back out, but I didn't expect it to be Benley just charging forward and getting 3. However, way you do it, you're going to be happy that the job is done, and Benley goes for his 4K as well, getting hungry for this win. Hungry for the rifles to be brought back out. A main aggression takes place there. And they just take full control of the round, and that's exactly what you needed. That's the first 4 kills from Benley in this game.
Crazy.
So on the board in a big way, makes a splash.
Yeah, he was just holding back for 7 rounds. Like, okay, I don't want to give up my full power level here, but now it's out. It's unleashed.
You got to deal with the full Benley.
Yeah. 9th round of play. We'll see if Ben does that again. This time he's actually towards mid. Flashbang. Bang's the one charging out. Gets 1, maybe the 2nd. He gets away just barely. 1 HP, and now tries for util. It doesn't work, but Fizz is right there for the 2K onto Brett and Denied. Jason and Wolf, last 2 standing. Ben, well, he wants to get into their faces once more, and this is what you kind of have to do on Ancient. You need to be aggressive, especially in towards mid. taking that space is so valuable. A main is optional, I would say, but I mean, you saw it work really effectively for Ben Lee in that previous round, and this time it's just in towards the field for Ben, as Viz is going to get that. Viz is going to get fragged by Wolf. 3v2 in favor of the Party Astronauts, and this is still winnable for Fluffy Aimers. Jason walking up the ramp. Wolf right behind him. Infinite goes off that angle, and now he's been spotted out. He has to be very careful about the way he plays this, but I think he's done. Infinite comes around, actually gets two! He gets both of them! Unbelievable! I thought they had his number, but no! What a swing from Infinite, and even with the flashbang coming out, it doesn't do anything to deter him. 5th picked up for PA.
That's, I mean, impressive. That's one of those situations there where you're feeling a little bit of panic. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of players would just like to run back in towards Donut. That's what I was expecting him to do when he takes that contact, but holds his ground. Did get a flashbang coming through above, as you saw from your teammates, but didn't even matter. He got the kills and the transfer beforehand. And a couple of clean rounds is exactly what you need. Not losing too many numbers. Things nice and tidy. It's a good sign for PA to build up some of that economy here, get things rolling in the right direction. It's an interesting lineup on that smoke. Just a light little bounce right there, right onto the OG Wizard op here at Infinite. We'll see if he can do it again. Great supportive utility coming through that you can see the flashes lining up. Smoke down that they now have to run through. He sees a little bit of a barrel at the edge, but the HE blowing open the smoke doesn't work in his favor. And now Wiz, way overwhelmed. So they got to figure out a way to work through this 5v3 and an opportunity to recover. OG Wizard with a big snipe. Looking for extras though. Doesn't fall off the line, instead hoping for a peek. That second flash comes on through, and with conviction, Wolfie clears it out. The new guy here, the stand-in, setting up the flashes for his teammates to knock it down and slump with the rifle work. We'll offer up some coverage as well. Jason to cap it all off, and Fluffy Aimers this time succeed on the B side.
Yeah, a little weird from Infinite, right? Because he did see the player on the edge of the smoke and probably heard them as well. Knows that someone's pushed up all the way, and yet is focused more on the ramp position, like top ramp, rather than, all the way at the edge of that smoke. Interesting decision. Doesn't pan out at all for the Party Astronauts. Fluffy Aimers' util usage was fantastic on that B side. The flashes kept coming in, and they were timed and paced so well that the Party Astronauts just barely had any visibility on the site as soon as they came around those corners one time after another. Jason, going to be walking up towards mid here. Not really going to be contested much. OG Wizard does have the AWP in his hands. It's a very mixed force buy right now for the Party Astronauts. Money was weird. You got a couple of rifles, well, an AWP and an M4. And everyone else onto either pistols or SMGs.
Okay, this is, a site that I think you have to either be playing in front or behind the smokes, and I think they split it up there in that last round, Infinite and OG Wizard. I mean, obviously difficult to work with that op, but when those executes come rolling around, it's very easy to get overwhelmed. Look at this, though. Aggression down ramp here. This is Infinite in range with 5-7, but I think some team damage done. Yeah, from Viz. That's going to do some work here, Wolfie, with the entries. And now the OG Wizard op needs to sing for a whole lot more. Shooting that utility, but those mollies will blow up in his face. Multiple of them, so straight onto the bomb site here for a 3v3. The post plant positioning, though, it could be a bit of a challenge here. They got to fight for more, I think.
And going into cave, flashbang out. Trying to play off that Jason anti-flash, so he's recovered immediately here and hits the shot on a jumping Ben. Also flicks around towards the site to get his second. Looking for the 3K now. OG Wizard in a 1v2. But it feels like he won't be able to achieve success. Has to fall off. Bomb taken away. He's been spotted now, and they're probably going to try and chase him. OG Wizard can't even get the CT. It's a firing squad on the other side, and the Fluffy Aimers get a 6th. They both die, though, so there's something to celebrate for the Party Astronauts, although I'm not sure how much it'll matter.
Yeah, maybe forces someone to be a little less likely to get an AK. AWP, I don't think is actually viable in this round here for them, but I mean, at the end of the day,
Yeah, it doesn't.
you're a round win here for Fluffy Aimers. And then closing it out with a nice and healthy 6 at least to secure a tie, and then show your strength here. I mean, a couple of excellent B-side executes. This is why, as you highlight here, this team very good on this map, comfortable on this map. Flash avoided. We'll see what can take place. Fake firing through the smoke will actually collect. Denied his probably unbelievably frustrated. He's like the last guy in there behind his smoke, and he's the one that falls as the entries end up finding the trades. But again, all that matters here is that you win the round, and that's looking more and more likely by the minute that Fluffy Aimers will be able to succeed in that department.
Yeah, it's crazy, by the way. You talk about Fluffy Aimer's success in the map. And, dead. Yeah, what? I thought it was the nade that was going to kill him. It's a jumping AK shot from Slump that does him in. That's weird. Anyway, Infinite last one standing. Might try to go for some fights here. I don't think he gets into the bomb site at all. I mean, it's the last round, so you got to try something, I suppose. But, I mean, for all intents and purposes... Yeah, there it is. 7th round picked up for Fluffy Aimers as we switch sides. But yeah, what I wanted to talk about was the Fluffy Aimers going into Frag 18 were 2-4 on Ancient and wasn't looking that great. Their results had been middling at best. And then they win all 3 of their engagements on the map at Frag 18 against What's for Dinner, Take Flight, and, of course, the Party Astronauts. So, I mean, obviously that's going to build your confidence if you're having success at LAN and things are starting to go your way on a map. And their map pool actually has been a little lacking, definitely a criticism of them over the last few months. So if they can find one that they're really strong on and then build around that, it'll be fantastic.
Yeah, I think I mean, you know, the options sometimes can feel limited. You know, can you be a great Anubis team in NA? Can you be a great Ancient team in NA? I feel like these are maps that a lot of the best NA teams are very good on.
Yep.
So they've been leaning towards working on Ancient. If I'm not mistaken, they also put a little bit of work into Vertigo as well. So tough to find maps that you're great on here at this level for Fluffy Aimers, but Ancient is looking to be one of those maps, I think. So far, though, one-for-one trade action is Wolfie again with those dual Berettas, looking to put a scare onto him. Those dualies can be scary. The crossfire, though, even more petrifying there towards the temple side of things. Need to find a way in. Their body shots will do as well, but no kills connected on the reload. Gets successful there. Slump will be able to get it in time. And Infinite now required a clutch long-range duel here. Slump looks to lock in on his location. Dancing into this fight here. He's got to figure out a way to get onto the bottom. And he's got 2 dual Berettas chasing him down. They're doing the zigzag formation. We might be on a, you know, kind of a swampy map, but I don't think there's any alligators here to run away from.
Indeed, it's Wolf. And the rest of the Fluffy Aimers are going to get an 8th round. They win the pistol. That's going to bolster their odds of winning this map even further. And that's kind of a shame for the Party Astronauts, right? They had a lot of control there of the site, and I think maybe a little too antsy to try and go for those fights into Catacombs. That really created problems for them, and then we saw a messy engagement on both sides, like Slump just hitting a bunch of body shots, not getting a single frag, then he reloads, and it's like that next magazine, that's all headshots. He gets an instant one as soon as he comes around that corner, so that sets up Fluffy Aimers for some success on their retake, and they get control of the site afterwards pretty handily. So we go into round number 14. Obviously with that bomb plant, Party Astronauts are going to be able to force up, so their buy-up is pretty equivalent to what the Fluffy Aimers are bringing to bear. 3 players for FA onto this B site. One kind of leaning A. That's Slump. He's thinking about rotating to support his team, and that's always a risk, right? That A site is so huge, and you often have to put so much pressure on mid, you know, and the B site to stop those quick rushes that A gets a little bit exposed. And you see here, though, that isn't necessarily the case for the Fluffy Aimers because they got Jason here towards CT and then Brett at Donut, but that's quickly going to change. So you got your anchor Brett trying to hold the fort down. And in fact, that's not going to be an issue at all for the Fluffy Aimers because PA is leading B heavily.
And some promising mid-round aggression here rolling through. Some eyes tucked in towards the A side here from a deeper angle, but, you know, I think they just gone and cleared out middle, so you can get those quick rotations in. We'll see if they're quick enough. Onto the site here. Very explosive. Exec rolling on out here, but Wolf is just tracking them right around the smoke instead. And with that help from cave side, looks like this hold is going to go just nicely. Denied access towards that cave side as well. Molly will not let them slide on up the ramp, trying to unify their efforts here, making sure that they double peek, but 15 seconds left. We'll see what they can get away with. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Wide swing coming through from Denied. Now out in the open. Brett is going to secure it. A little bit of panic there setting in, but Brett a safe pair of hands to close out the clutch, and he will do just that.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird for the Fluffy Hammers, right? You want to stay back in that situation, the 2v1 against Infinite, because you don't need to fight. There's only 15 seconds left on the clock. Go and find cover if you can. And they just got a little bit nervous. Like you said, maybe a little bit panicked. They tried to go for those fights in double swing, and it almost doesn't work. Infinite had a very real possibility to clutch that out, and I think the Fluffy Hammers are lucky to walk out of that with a 9th round victory. And Party Astronauts realizing that their economy, at least Fluffy Hammers' economy, could be a little bit low, which it is. That nade didn't hit, by the way, from Denied. But yeah, they're going to go for the force buy again for PA and try to crack through and prevent Fluffy Hammers from getting a 10th. And they're hitting the correct site. Only one player here. It's Brett, who will need to pop off with his M4 and won't do that. Infinite with the insta-headshot. There's a completely taken.
I think struggles to get the numbers punched in, but they will figure out a way. It's back-to-back force by effort here, knowing that the pressure's put on. They pick up weaponry as well, increasing their odds. Taking control of Temple, again identifying that they need some space here in this map. Smoke at Lee going on top of that bomb. Try and lock in a defuse here. Deny going to do just that. We'll see if they can track him on the defuse. They can here. Fang delivers the quick kill and some extra damage. Wolf now left into the clutch. Again, does have a kit, but running low on time. And Infinite will clothesline him on the inbound. So PA, they get risky with the purchasing power, but that risk is rewarded in a big way.
I thought Deny was going to have that defuse in the smoke, but good job with the Party Astronauts just continuing to spam into it until he gets dropped. And then one thing I was about to criticize PA for was just the fact they left Donuts so open, right? Allowing the Party Astronauts, allowing the Fluffy Aimers to push in towards that site. But their setup into Catacombs was so effective, and you see like the last player for the Fluffy Aimers trying to go for that Catacombs push. The problem was Infinite was pre-firing the whole way and ended up working quite well for him. So indeed, the Party Astronauts keep Fluffy Hammers off double digits. They get the round victory that they absolutely needed to really stall out the economy for FA, and that could lead them right back into this map.
Right back on track here, up against a force buy. Can allow them to close the distance just as well. Show what they're made of. Show what they've been improving on this map. I mean, this matchup in particular, Fluffy Aimers and PA on Ancient. I think this was actually the map that eliminated them from the closed qualifiers of the RMRs, and then swiftly thereafter it was kind of announced that Wolfie, out of the American-Swedish Wolfie, and then 60, they left the roster after that.
That's right.
And then they went into their next event. They started banning Ancient first and floating Vertigo, which went just as well. But it's a little reroute here. The work that they've been doing, I think, getting comfortable on this map has been one of the bigger challenges. And I think in this 5-man roster, they're starting to sift their way through it.
Okay, I was going to say it almost turned into a problem here for Party Astronauts, but they did a great job clearing their corners, and everyone got taken care of. Brett's going to get one here. Picks up the AK off the ground. Okay. The other one here, he might be able to try and do something here. No kit, though, which creates a bit of a problem. Damage the economy, gets the second. Only 5 HP left. Now he's going to fade off. Right? Brett, are you fading off, or are you going for the fights here? He wants to try and keep them on the site. Now, I can't really blame him, because he's hoping that it'll be expensive for PA as well, which it already has been with those 2 frags. And, you know, I mean, since we've been so back and forth in these last few rounds, and, you know, we've been down to very few bodies left standing, that Brett did a great job not only to hinder the Party Astronauts' economy, but helps keep the AK in the hands of the Fluffy Aimers.
Good looking round altogether. At the end of the day, they're keeping that rifle, getting a couple extra kills when pretty much left into dire situation. You'll take that any day of the week.
Yep.
See if they can transition that into any further success. I mean, this is a round that you also have to replicate some damage on as well, with a lot less tools at your disposal. You still have that AK in hand, so it's going to have to put himself in another position here to get aggressive. There's fast B play up against this eco as well. They're holding nothing back on this CT side. We'll see if that aggression gets punished, as the weaponry maybe not in a position to do that much. to the site they go. Extra flashes to secure the round, and they aren't losing anybody here. It's just that hero rifle that's left, and I think Brett's going to look to hold on to that once again. Like, knowing him, he might hang around for a couple exits, but ideal save.
The NA way. Go for exits. Don't save. I don't know. But sometimes that's not the right choice. And I think in that situation, in a 1v5, just, yeah, get away from there. Instead, he tries to go for a fight. No AK saved, and that actually will cost him, right? Because Denied doesn't have enough money to get a rifle. He's going to have to settle for the MP9. That AK was very important looking into this round. Party Astronauts have been very effective on their B takes. Aggressive, precise with their util, and their shots as well. Fluffy Aimers are hoping that this gun round will yield a little bit more, as they're going to take that aggression in towards mid. As I talked about before, take the mid aggression. Usually the A side is very exposed, and the Party Astronauts are gambling right by sending 3 players in that direction. Jason Denied already lit up, and Viz is on the B site, even though he's not necessarily the main focus of the attack here. This is impressive, and I mean, Fluffy Aimers might have to put more forces on that B site because of how deep Viz is in here. Now Infinite finds one, Viz gets another, and that's on opposite sides of the map. Beautifully done by the Party Astronauts. Fluffy Aimers splitting their forces up in a very ineffective manner because they didn't realize what was happening.
I mean, that's just so snappy from Party Astronauts as well. Viz getting up the ramp there. Of course, you're going to stack a few extra players on that A side to get away with it in a big fashion. Fang gets one on the exit as well, so there's one less save to work with. And now Denied might get his save just that. Denied, because they're on the hunt. They're chasing quickly here. They're holding nothing back. Bentley will take charge there, take the headshot. Party Astronauts now tying it up. And that's a full gun round that gets swiped aside. With that high-octane counter-strike there. Not only Viz pressing the issue towards that B side, causing rotations, getting his feet planted in the bomb site, but then the A aggression as well, with 3 players, a little trio out of A main. That is hard to deal with if you're Fluffy Aimers, and they need to figure out how they're going to deal with that in the future quickly.
Just like that, after a very convincing first half from the Fluffy Aimers, they're all tied up again. Fang Austin C. to lane. Fluffy Aimers do go for the half buy here, and it's not too bad. 4 players armor, 3 MP9s, a CZ, and a Deagle. Definitely enough to do some damage. Players waiting on the B side since PA's been so quick to try and get in there round after round. And again, you know, here comes the Veto Mirage, and a great Molotov tossed. I mean, that forces Denied away from the cave position. That means cave is completely open for Viz to walk out into. They're watching it, and they've still got the bodies here. And now Fluffy Aimers have information gained as well towards A because they pushed out. OG Wizard looks away for a moment, and it might cost him his life. It does. Brett with the CZ of all things gets that. And a re-aggression on the flank there by the Party Astronauts yield them one, and then Bentley all the way in CT. This position could be the difference maker. It absolutely is. 2 for him. A couple of AKs picked off the ground for Brett and Wolf. So they might be able to come back in here, but nope, Denied completely. Infinite and Fang ensure that their bodies drop right to the ground, and the Party Astronauts are first hit double digits.
That's just such an aggressive round right there. Again, it's all about the spacing throughout the map. So sure, while you do have 2 players push through A, you're looking at Bentley in his position. I believe he walked through Donut, if I'm not mistaken, and again, the presence of mind all throughout that, it was so solid to be able to comfortably call around those positions, to understand where the vulnerabilities were. They have just become so much more comfortable in how they look.
Wow, look at this. Again, Cole, you know, OG Wizard going for a fight very early and winning it towards that B site. Fluffy Aimers have to back off and readjust. This is trending so well for the Party Astronauts now.
In the right direction there. Early opening advantage on OG Wizards' counterparts. Both of these players kind of touted as the exciting oppers of the future in the NA scene. And OG Wizard getting the better end of slump. And such a crucial turning point here.
setup by the Fluffy Aimers into jungle, excuse me. Oh, Brett and Denied are going to get a couple. I said jungle, I meant Jaguar, but you guys got it. OG Wizard gets legged, and then Wolf gets Ben lead. Great damage from the Fluffy Aimers. That setup I was talking about, it looked good. Turns out being great. Infinite and OG Wizard still a chance here because they've got a crossfire set up technically if anyone decides to push out in towards the lane, but Fluffy Aimers backing off. I'm not sure they were aware of the fact that the bomb was there. Either way, Wolf with the AWP looking for a follow-up. Oh no. That is unfortunate. Infinite comes around the corner, TK's OG Wizard, and then Wolf gets the op shot he was looking for. So after a few very nice rounds from the Party Astronauts, that one left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, again, the foundations that they set in that round are good. They have a couple of opening duels actually being won. But the follow-through not necessarily there. The regression that consistently flowed throughout the map for Fluffy Aimers ends up getting them the win. Also a bit of an unfortunate time of getting your molly out as soon as the push comes through cave. But Fluffy Aimers maybe just needed a spark to ignite their ability to close out their lead that was lost in that last round. But now it's looking to be regained here. See if another lead switch can take place. Nice bounce on that smoke. Gonna give him some cheap donut control here.
Saw a weird bounce the other day in a match I was covering, Cole, where on the B ramp there was an attempted toss at like the top of it. It looked normal, but it defied the laws of physics and bounced right back at the player to kill them. It was a little weird. So that's a lot of weird utility happening here, but Slump, that's not weird at all. He's got 2 with the op and then 2 right on back from the Party Astronauts, who are trying to get back into the lead. A little bit of spam coming through here, but what looked so promising for the Fluffy Aimers now might slip through their fingers. Wolf does win the fight against OG Wizard, gets the follow-up against Fizz. In fact, that's Denied who finds the frag. Infinite, last one standing, misses the op shot, and the Fluffy Aimers do indeed recover to get the defusal, and the lead will switch hands once more, Cole.
Oh my god, I mean, just so many wild misses right there after such good hopping from the side of OG Wizard and Slump, but end up just missing out on a couple of crucial closeout kills there. OG Wizard wishing he could connect on that donut presence peak there. That could have been a game changer. But instead, the double up, chasing it down and Denied, and Wolf, they get the job done. 11 taken now by the side of Fluffy Aimers and putting themselves in a powerful position slowly but surely to close out this map. And this one has a lot of implications behind it here. Not a lot of money on the T or CT side in reserve. So whoever closes this round out, put in a pretty position to take control over this map. What do you do in a moment as high pressure as this? I might look to set up, this time Binley on this B side. Same pressure, smokes, B execution, utility on in, but you can see where the actual play is heading. And this over-rotation from Fluffy Aimers, leaving this A site completely vulnerable. Donut being attached here and attacked now into this execute. Great trade from Viz, takes a lot of damage for it. Smoke is deployed. Barrel spotted. Slump still connects, but again, Viz still standing. And the bomb is planted, so the timer's ticking.
This is so weird. It feels like the Party Astronauts should have the man advantage, but they don't. So they gained all that space into the A site, and then you thought maybe B would have been more impactful with the lurk, but it doesn't happen. Now Brett's walking in towards Donut. Viz gets dropped, and so does OG Wizard. Again, another effective retake from the Fluffy Aimers when it looked like the Party Astronauts should have had the edge. They didn't. And the Fluffy Aimers are now on to map point with a 12th round victory.
Timeout call. I mean, like you said, I feel like there was a lot of good play being put on display right there from Party Astronauts.
Yeah.
The B fake and getting all of the resources ripped off of the A side to get the bomb planted in. But late rounds here, Fluffy Aimers have been good at converting in 3v2s, even in man deficits to get this map across the line. It feels like Party Astronauts have been found in a couple of rounds in positions of strength, but struggling in the late round here. So, kind of a surprise in that department.
All right, well, it's not a huge deficit here for the Party Astronauts. Just a couple of rounds required, and they'll push it into OT. But I think one of the bigger problems is the more limited utility they're walking into this round with. So that initial barrage of util that's going to come through here is already going to burn away the majority of their utility. Okay, Fang walks out, and Brett through the smoke will take care of him. Viz also dropped to 37 HP, trying to get through into that Jaguar position. Things already not too great for PA. They're hoping that a quick pop to the B site will benefit them, and it does not. Denied with one, maybe a second here. No, it's Brett who swings around and takes care of two. Denied does get his second, and it ends the map 13-10 for the Fluffy Aimers.
And it's more of that play I was talking about right there. It's Brett just getting super aggressive when the crunch time happens, when it matters the most. I think he just gets better and better in these high pressure environments. He does not fold. I think that's a little bit of the experience coming into the factor. I mean, obviously playing up against a very experienced team, but it doesn't matter. Brett just looking super comfortable in the closing statement. The last couple of rounds that Fluffy Aimers were able to string together, a lot of late diffuses, a lot of clutch retakes here that they looked super comfortable and confident in. So more success here for Fluffy Aimers on Ancient, kind of building back into this map slowly but surely, and Party Astronauts, who are trying to do the same, fall a little bit short in the end.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, it's strange, right? Like I was saying, it felt like the Party Astronauts should have had 2 rounds there. It should felt like they
Yeah.
should have been the ones up 12-10, and instead the Fluffy Aimers just with some great retakes, some great late round calls. I feel like the mid rounding was pretty. I'd say the early and mid round was good for the Party Astronauts. Then the late round post plant just it fell apart. Even though they had the advantages, they had the positionings that they needed. They were just losing fights that were, I would even say, 60-40 in their favor.
Yeah.
So yeah, very strange there. What happens, but the Fluffy Aimers do get their map pick. They do look much better on Ancient than we've seen them in the past. All that confidence built up in Fragadelphia appears to be carrying forward here in the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 5. And we're going to see their stats in just a little bit, guys, and talk about, the numbers coming through and how those PrizePicks frag estimates are looking. But I imagine in this type of affair that both teams and a lot of the players on both sides will be close to those, or at least on trend to hit those.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game that goes the distance there, so obviously
Yeah.
looking good in that department. There's no question. But again, if you're talking about like great individuals that were looking to have those pop off moments, I think you can definitely highlight that Brett set the tone in that second half, and then the going got tough. He was able to move his team along there. I saw some really good early calls out of I think both IGLs as well. So promising in that department. We'll go ahead and take a look at those totals though here. And for the side of Party Astronauts here, it's Fang doing what he
Yeah.
does. I mean, he got away with what he wanted, right? He got what he was looking for. And a lot of those duels, super successful. You have Infinite playing good. And I don't think this was a case of anyone hanging back. I think, like you had highlighted, it's just a case of closing out in favorable positions that they kind of fell short in. So maybe a mental hurdle that they have to climb themselves through.
Yeah, definitely something along those lines. And I think also maybe not getting enough from OG Wizard, I would say, with the AWP. Obviously, he wasn't able to run it all the time with the way the rounds were being played, but just needing more impact from him aside from that clutch, which was obviously wonderfully done in the 1v2. Outside of that, there wasn't much to speak of. And like you mentioned, Fang doing his job. Like Fang's getting the frags. He's overall, I can't really highlight him as a problem here. And again, positioning wise, they also looked good. It's just you gotta finish. You need that finish if you want to find those wins, especially in close affairs. And look at the Fluffy Aimers here, and you see. The distribution of frags much more even in this case, but you already talked about it towards the end of that. Brett with 19 frags, he really came alive on those retakes. And I also want to mention Denied, right? He's coming in as an emergency sub, never really playing with the Fluffy Aimers before, and comes through and gets 15 and looks very serviceable. Like he did his job, which is exactly, it's more, not more, it's exactly what you want from a sub to come through.
Yeah, I mean, this is a player I really don't know like too much
Yeah.
about. The last time he had a HLTV official before this was with the team called Huge Sweaty. So, uh, I mean, coming into this one, you could definitely see there was a little bit of moments of nerve and panic, but even in those moments, there you still had a lot of capable players standing alongside you that could close out rounds. And I think the victory that he just found himself in for map one is just going to build confidence now throughout this series and potentially throughout this event, depending on what he plays out here long term. But I've been very impressed with what he's already putting on the table. here for Fluffy Aimers. And again, this is another situation where they come in to this event in kind of a difficult spot. First day stand-in situation. This is not the first time we've seen this out of Fluffy Aimers, and this is not the first time that they've been able to surprise with a stand-in situation. So what if they can replicate it here? That would be just more of an impressive result here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they've still got at least one more map to take if they want to get this series. Will it be Mirage? Will it be the third one? Or will the Party Astronauts get a reverse sweep? If you want to find out, come back here after this break. We'll be back for map 2.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home. Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
And welcome back to the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 5. We got Fluffy Aimers and the Party Astronauts facing off against each other. Fluffy Aimers win a close one on Ancient 12-10, and now we go to Mirage, which hasn't been as rosy for Fluffy Aimers, let's say. They lost their last two quite convincingly, 3-13 and 8-13 against, well, Party Astronauts for one, that 8-13 loss, then Timberman was the previous one. Not great against two good Mirage teams, and on the other end, although there were some struggles recently for PA Cole in terms of their Mirage, it was always very close matches, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I think this is again, a tough map to be really good at to get consistent, big wins on in the NA scene. So, if you're PA and you're going through a lot of changes, sometimes it's going to take a small dip. I still think Bentley identifies what you have to do in this map very well to succeed, and that's kind of come through as a good opportunity for them to get some big wins. And sure, maybe they struggle up against some of the better rosters on this map. I think there's some opportunities for them to show the strength here up against Fluffy Aimers in this head-to-head in particular. But I think this should be where Party Astronauts bounce back. It just is kind of coming down to the matter of, can they show more comfort in those late round situations? Can they develop a little bit more in terms of closing out post play? It's like these are all details that you should be able to establish in any map, but they were missing in Ancient. So
Yeah.
kind of a surprise in that department. But again, this is where they bounce back. This is their map pick, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is where the Party Astronauts, well, I mean, they must win, obviously, to stay in the series, but I think they'll feel much more comfortable on Mirage than they did on Ancient. And for the Fluffy Aimers, I think as opposed to Ancient, where their T side looked good and strong overall, Mirage has been the opposite. They were in the majority of their rounds on CT side. I mean, you look at their CT round win percent is 46%, which still isn't that great, but then T round, 39.6. That is a tough number to look at for any team, as we're just obviously expecting a lot more out of them, I would say, overall on this map. And I mean, looking at the map pool in general, right, for the Fluffy Aimers, we talked about the fact that it isn't necessarily that strong. And yeah, you see Ancient is starting to come to fruition for them, which is great, just having another win for them. Dust 2 is there as well. But then you have Anubis, maybe, and Vertigo very much. Like, Vertigo is a strong map. The problem with Vertigo being a strong map for any team right now is it's on its way out, which means the Fluffy Aimers map pool is going to take a hit, and they'll have to get another map in there that'll be successful. Maybe that could be Mirage if they can close the gaps.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really tough thing for good Mirage teams. And NA is taking a liking to Mirage, or Vertigo, rather.
Yeah,
for good Vertigo teams, that is. Mirage, I think, is safe for now, but not safe in middle is Wolf, who gets knocked out of the round here. Look at this trio of defenders ready to go. Now, it's still a good showing from Thing to fight through the trio. I don't know how he got all those picks. from connector, manages to break past a 180 crossfire like that and gets all the injuries. Brett was last man standing, wondering what on earth just happened. And that is exactly why I think one of the bigger strengths on this map is Fang in the server. He's firing on all cylinders. When he does this, he's going to take over mid control for a full T-side half, and it's going to become a big problem. So Fluffy Aimers running into the meat grinder here early, or letting the meat grinder run into them more well put. Fang just tears it up.
Yeah, well done from Fang. I mean, he was already great on map number 1. He's been that star player I think we expect him to be on the Party Astronauts, at least in terms of fragging ability. So I don't expect that to change. And in fact, I think it's going to get better for him on Mirage. Just going to freewheel a little bit more. Fang looking for a duel, wins it again. Brett's gone, and it's just pistols. USPs for the most part. Rear biz with a jumping Mac 10 shot, then lands on his feet and flicks around to find Wolf over in jungle. And that's pretty much going to do it. It'll be 2-0 for the Party Astronauts because all Fluffy Aimers have left are a Deagle and a USP. No util, no armor, no chance.
Locked in here, signed, sealed. He's looking to get himself jumped up in towards the window. See if he can't walk away with anything extra on that Deagle. But not given the opportunity to any longer. They will not let him succeed here. Knowing that that's just a gun that they're asking to get ripped away from him. They play a careful game. A little bit of discipline from PA. Sometimes it's fun to hunt that Deagle down, but they're careful about it. He escapes there safely, so that'll be a little bit of bite into the next. Without any extra kills, 3,700 is not a lot of money to head into your first gun round. I highlighted this as a bit of a problem early on for PA's defense, but at least on Ancient, but having all the utility here, having some extra protocols for middle control, 1 or 2 extra flashes is a big deal. And they might be missing out on some luxuries here. They do still bring in an op.
There's a glass cannon though for Slump. So we'll see what he can do with that. Always a risk to go without the armor with the AWP. Wolf. Jason spotted out some players, so the Fluffy Aimers have an advantage here in terms of information. Viz with a nice headshot right before he gets ventilated by Jason's from Moss. The problem is for the Fluffy Aimers that the B-side could go down. Wolf trying to keep it in his hands, and he only gets 1. Fang trades him out 3v3. Slump's watching almost helplessly with the AWP as the bomb gets planted.
Fang adds another one to the tally right there. Fang chasing it down. You can see that barrel get sent high without that Kevlar. They're boxed into market, and both of them are 1 HP. This is impossible to run away from. Jason somehow manages to find a way to escape here for now. Fang with his knife out, though. Might be in for a rude awakening. No, not quite. Gets his gun out in time. Not going to be surprised at all with the moves from Jason. And a 3-0, getting past the glass cannon, getting past the first gun round. With, again, some more efficiency coming through from Fang. This is scary form from him. On a individual level, this is the last person to get on this map that you want to kind of heat up, and he's already been playing good in that map 1. So, sometimes when you look at a PA loss, it's more so kind of reliant on him pumping out some numbers. He's definitely the most set up for success player on this team. But that wasn't the case in that last map. He's still playing with that confidence from map 1. I think you're just going to see some more team comfort on this map, though, to bolster it.
Yeah, I mean, Fang in general is a... Oh. We'll talk about it after. OG Wizard's going to get the opener here for the Party Astronauts. Jason getting opt. And Fluffy Aimers have a heavy presence on the A site. So we'll see if the Party Astronauts walk into that. If they don't, if they go B, probably going to be a pretty straightforward round victory for PA. Anyway, so back to those stats. Yeah, Fang is actually pretty solid on Mirage. 1.15 rating over the last 3 months, and his last 2 have been particularly impressive against Fluffy Aimers. In fact, he had 18 frags at 1.26 rating, and then against Anti-Eco Club, both at Philadelphia, of course, 16-9 with a 1.65 rating. So he has been fairly solid on this map. It's one that he enjoys playing. And overall, already, we've already seen him get 8 frags, not a single death. Party Astronauts talk about it. Going to the B-side's good. Only 1 player required to be fragged there, and they have control of it. They get that frag. They lose 1 body. It's not a big deal. It is a 4v3, and they should already have the round goal.
Should be comfortable to coast on into the finish line here. I think Brett's certainly spotted. Look at Fang. About to be a heat-seeking missile. Waits for his chance to strike there before finally pulling the trigger. Have to lock up that kill. Not allow for any escape. 248 ADR is a little bit absurd, but it doesn't look like he's too far off that pace for this round. A little bit of chip damage from Denied. Could have done it, but just 200 damage in this situation. No more for Denied. Almost takes care of Infinite. Yeah, the bomb will actually finish the job. So not the worst outro to the round for Denied. A couple of extra damage there done, and a little bolster up their purchase here coming up in the next round.
Alrighty, well, I thought Fang wasn't going to die for a second. I'm like, there's no way. He keeps surviving every single engagement. But he finally does go down to dirt. 10 frags already in 4 rounds. More than 2 frags per round. He's been quite comfy here, let's say, switching over to this map. Already at 30 overall, in fact. Well on his way to his PrizePicks frag estimate. Jason gets the opener, though, onto OG Wizard. Fluffy Aimers finally have guns in their hands. At least for a second time so far. In the 5 rounds we've seen. Fang and Infinite waiting in Palace, and they're leaning towards the A site. Fluffy Aimers aren't actually on the site proper. They're more on the periphery. They got 1 jungle, 1 con, 1 CT, so not too bad of a setup, but they're going to be on the outside looking in as the smokes come through. No smoke for CT yet, so I imagine PA is going to want to try and play contact there. Not a good idea, though. Slump gets 1. Jason, a 2-piece. Ben Leet, the last one standing, as the Fluffy Aimers were perfectly poised and set up to deny that take. Jason with the cherry on top of his 4K as the Fluffy Aimers get a first.
Get a little bit of wild in that situation right there. Flying out towards that A side. And getting away out of Palace. Not an easy task, but into that A side they go, getting overwhelmed by the sheer amount of players that they have to get through. Party Astronauts finally letting a round slip. That damage from Denied as well, not the best economy, but I think Bentley just looking to string some aggressive calls one after another to get them as much setup as possible. Slump with a tough timing though. Positioned perfectly for another second. I think he would have got the peak he was looking for, but he runs away. They focus more towards middle. Could create some tough timing there. There's that utility. They're running out A now. Puts Brett on high alert. And that opposite tension that way as well.
Slump dips his toes into the Molotov, looks back and says, what the heck? Didn't expect that to happen. Focuses his attention towards A, but in the meantime, Fang is actually taking this mid control by fragging Jason, and Slump is looking into mid. That's perfect for PA because the actual prong of the main prong of the attack will probably come in from A ramp. No, wait a second. It looks like they want to leave 2 players behind. Smoke's gonna get tossed. No, that was just set up a smoke. That's it. Here they come. This is the right play anyway. And there's a player under Palace that, under Balcony that might have been spotted. Fred's gonna wait, gets 1, not the second on defend, but damage done. And the Party Astronauts should be able to get a 3v3 post plant as Wolf gets that frag onto Fang. Now the biggest problem, Cole, over on Ancient was the Party Astronauts hanging on to the bomb sites in post plant situations like this.
It was the closing of rounds that set themselves up well. That let Fluffy Aimers end up finishing the job this time though. Viz with a headshot like that looks like he has no intentions of letting this one slip. Late peek, but somehow Denied wins that. And Wolf still in a good position. He gets another pick there. Are they actually going to pull this retake off here? Enough time to get the defuse, and again, it's the same problem there. Fluffy Aimers make what looked like an impossible round happen.
And again, like I feel like a broken record a little bit here, but the Party Astronauts had good post-plant positioning, especially Viz getting this frag under most circumstances. When you have your periphery player towards mid getting that frag, it's over. Like there's nothing that the other team can do as they try to chase down the last 3 players in a man disadvantage situation, but somehow Party Astronauts not able to close out the last 2 frags. Denied was defusing the bomb, gets taken down to 15 and still is able to pull off of it, get a frag, and start defusing again while his teammate defends him against the last player. That is just I mean, you can't keep losing rounds like that. Any team can't keep losing rounds like that. You're not going to win a lot of maps of Counter-Strike. You can't hold on to your bomb sites on that T side. Bang. Gonna walk out here. There's one. Still lurking around Van, and in the meantime, Wolf has managed to get a second. It's a 4v3. It's not bad for the Party Astronauts, but Jason around the edge of the smoke, despite being slightly blinded here, Cole gets it, and just like that, the round is over, despite a promising start again for PA. It's only that one frag that they deliver.
Yeah, you only get so many opportunities here in favorable situations to start rounds off well. That's not going to happen every time. So when you do get those opportunities, you want to make sure that you're closing them out, but a lot of missed opportunities here today so far that they have got to, you know, sort through. A team that has had some time to gel versus a team that has come into this one with no time to gel with denied.
Yeah.
This is just a stand-in situation here, but they're looking like the roster that's so much more comfortable playing in these late rounds. Not an easy task at all to make happen.
Nice little silent boost there for the Fluffy Aimers. Wolf going in. Infinite. Waiting. Nope. Infinite spots the information. Knows that Wolf is here. He's going to call for reinforcements. Say, guys, let's group together. Maybe get thrown for this one. Wolf spamming through the smoke. Doesn't work at all for him. In fact, he's the one who gets connected on every single time. Do they expect Denied to be waiting here underneath the window? They're not really clearing it at all. Finally, he spotted out, threw himself away, and can't really connect on any shots. So the Party Astronauts will take control of B. And they have the lurk towards connector. Ooh, Viz could just upset the apple cart here. There's 1, 2, not a third. Brett will try to continue surviving here as he's engaging with Viz and Fang, but it's not too great for him, and in fact, he will eventually fall. Party Astronauts, that time a lot more convincing.
Maybe that's how it's just got to be there. Maybe you just got to close it out with such confidence that there is no questions in the late round. There is no retake option. So, definitely stepping in the right direction there. Again, you know, there's something to be said about how you open up rounds here. If you can manage to give yourself a lot of opening duels, it shows the strengths of, like, some of these extremity players, how comfortable they are in making proactive moves here. You're seeing a lot of that here, but no question about where this play is going, straight out towards that A side. Brett, he still managed to find a kill there, impressively so. But he's going to get overrun eventually with a quick trade.
Top gonna come through for Fluffy Aimers, trying to get visibility onto the site. I mean, it's not really a round that's been decided just yet. Bomb plant coming through, maybe? Yes, OG Wizard, despite being very low in terms of health, uses that smoke to his advantage to get that bomb planted. Not out of the realm of possibility yet, certainly not with how effective the Fluffy Aimers have been on their retakes. Slump. Holding, waiting for a push to come through. Jason gets a big one. That allows it creates a path for his team to walk into that bomb site. Slump misses the shot. In fact, Ben Leach is going to dome him immediately. Ben's still surviving, but his teammates are falling around him. And now he's the last one standing, trying to keep them off the bomb. Ben with the op. Beautiful flashbang thrown by Denied. And he is going to clinch the round for his squad, a fourth for the Fluffy Aimers.
And that one maybe a little less favorable here in terms of the numbers game, but still being able to get the post plants activated, it's got to just feel so comforting when you're still in these situations here as a Fluffy Aimers, knowing that you always have the capabilities of pulling it back. And I think a much needed timeout to get everyone on the same page here in these late rounds, to get everyone kind of sorted out as the going gets tough right now. You want to make sure that Fluffy Aimers aren't picking up too much steam on this map of Mirage.
Yeah, it just feels like PA can't figure themselves out there on that post plant, even with man advantages and scenarios where they've got the firepower and everything they could need. They just can't keep that site under their control. And I mean, you talked about in the previous round they did get, there wasn't a situation where the post plant could come through, and that's obviously ideal for the Party Astronauts with the way things are going, but I mean, their lead should be bigger than it is, given how well they have gotten into the bomb sites, how consistent they've been with the bomb plants. But the Fluffy Aimers, I mean, they keep coming through, and it's not that they're... I'm not saying that the Fluffy Aimers aren't responsible for their own victory. Certainly they are, but the Party Astronauts are in the right position, and they're kind of losing favorable fights time and time again. Anyway, Let's see if it goes through well for them this time. No, already no is the answer. Slump and Denied going to get a couple here. Denied looking for a follow-up. That's a great incendiary because he traps OG Wizard in ladder room. And well, Jason gets caught with utility in his hands trying to get in towards jungle. And Ben Leet finding a couple for himself. Maybe even a third. No, that is a bridge too far. Infinite in a 1v3 clutch scenario. Still plenty of time on the clock. And he's got the bomb on his back. Oh my goodness, Denied overlooks him. Luckily for Denied, Slump is waiting at Cat to punish Infinite's attempted push. And the score is tied at 5.
Wow. Just making that one a reality right there, considering the strength of the start, but already such great position there. Denied, now again, as I highlighted, I think with every, round victory, with every right play is going to build up more confidence, because you can see he has that level. He has that poise to him now as well to back it up. I mean, playing good on Ancient, and now coming through as a key player in a couple of clutch situations is so comforting for a young player that is stepping into kind of a scary situation here. Your big opportunity to put on display what you're capable of. We've seen, this right now, I think we're currently in a scene that's willing to give these lesser experienced players a lot more opportunities than we ever have seen in a long time. So I think he can kind of appreciate this opportunity as a showcase for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I agree. And I think it's a good thing. Like we were talking about, I think we talked about it a few times, but just trying to get those new faces in instead of recycling the same names over and over again, it's important because you need that fresh blood sometimes to really power your team forward. And I mean, in the Fluffy Aimers case right now, it's not necessarily because they chose Denied to come through here, but they needed him to play the map and the series. So, I mean, it's working out for him as a chance to showcase his talents. Molotov thrown there. Brett blinded as well. Good opener. Brett has to do work here to get one, but only one will come through. Jason manages to get a trade, but he has to reload, and his teammate falls right next to him. Wolf and himself are in a perfect spot to punish, but they need to get back to this bomb site. Again, another bomb plan coming through for the party astronauts. This time, they should clutch it out. Yeah, beautiful done. Beautiful done by Ben Leet, and then Wolf. Oh, Wolf's getting given too much space here, Cole. I don't think he should be able to even be alive right now. And finally, Fang will end him.
I mean, that would have been, prime example of a round that we thought couldn't go wrong, but somehow is. They close it out in the 2v2, and as you said, a little bit of worries in terms of the space. I think they're still feeling a little bit of fear on losing out these clutch situations, but another spot where they set themselves up too well for it to fail. Fang needing to show some composure. Started off incredibly hot, but wanting to continue to show that development. He will close out the round there. And that's a huge lifeline for PA. You could have been talking about Fluffy Aimers winning out this half, but just kind of a quick, pacey A play called out off the back of a timeout, and they're right back on track here for maybe a winning half even.
Yeah, just have to avoid that post plant, basically. You have to get that advantage quickly if you're the party astronauts. Even in that situation, I mean, it was a post plant attempt to retake, just that Jason didn't clear his corners. That's what the big difference was. Didn't even look into sandwich. Nice nade from the Fluffy Aimers. Oh my goodness. OG Wizard and Fang below half health. And then another one sails through to pop the smoke. Jason gets one. He is traded immediately, but still the health is exceptionally low here, and that will make the MP9s and the FMI so much more powerful.
The FMI.
Yes.
Not often touted as a powerful gun there, but see what it can do there. Slump gonna be taking some damage, and while the AK, it does have a lot of kick to it. And Ben Lee tearing through this defense now, acquiring a flank here. Now for Wolfie, that's all that's left standing. He'll start to speed it up a little bit. Hits the shift key just at the right time there. Infinite. Is he gonna be surprised about this? I mean, eventually you think he'd turn around. Yeah, there it is. Felt the internal clock ticket. Gonna get chased down. The molly will finish off the job though for him and make it a 5-7 half. So PA, despite a couple of tough retakes there, a couple of frustrating advantages slipping away, they still close it out with a little bit of confidence and Something to be said about still being able to work through this half despite all of the frustration that they've felt.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a very tough half for the party astronauts. Again, like on a map that they're usually a lot more comfortable on and getting their round victories, those post plants were problematic. They managed to figure things out to at least carry their lead forward, which, like you were mentioning, didn't really feel like it was going to happen at a certain point in time. And you have to also remember that the Fluffy Aimers T side in this map has been very, very rough. So you feel like the party astronauts should be able to push this to a map number 3. And this is one point we were talking about for a while. Fang going to get that green check mark there for the PrizePicks frag estimate of 34 kills. It was coming over the first 2 maps, and he finally gets it. 15 frags here. Impressive showing from him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's such a high number, and he manages to do it
Yeah.
in the second, or before the second half even kicks off. So, I mean, that just goes to show his caliber here and what he does on not only Ancient here, and that's get a lot of kills there, put himself in the firefight, but same case is true with these fights towards middle in the second map here, Mirage. Guy's not scared to take a duel, and it shows. Second half of play already with the PrizePicks checkmark. That's impressive stuff. And Infinite, I mean, I don't think he's too far behind him right now with what he's been doing. Nice little clothesline headshot on the inbound of this play and tucks in for the remainder of it. Sets himself up into a 4v5. They know they're retaking. They know they're playing for this. Infinite with the smoke and the kit. And another headshot to back it up. He's got the utility boss rolling on out there, but he continues to find headshots, and somehow it's just Brett left standing. Infinite finds so much impact with the UT. He didn't even have to use a smoke, and he just went around because of the kills that he finds. It's incredible.
That was wild. I mean, just a great hold from the party astronauts. I was going to say, like, you don't want to give the Fluffy Aimers any hope, I would say, at the beginning of this half with a nice pistol round victory and then building it back up to get perhaps a tied scoreline. And it looked like with that bomb plan, maybe something would come through, but no. Infinite with 3 beautiful headshots. As you said, didn't even have to use that smoke on the bomb, which you felt like might have been required at one point or another. It was not. And the Fluffy Aimers, well, with that bomb plant, will at least be afforded the opportunity to force up here. It's going to be 2 MAC-10s, the Tech 9, and 2 Galils. There's the smoke immediately thrown by Fluffy Aimers towards window. Brett getting lit up a little bit. There's 4 players, I think, here. Yeah, for the Fluffy Aimers, just holding down mid. Wolf actually gets Viz somehow, even with all those crosshairs in his direction. Eventually, you feel like FA is going to get overwhelmed.
I think that here, the sheer amount of defense that they have run into in the early stages eventually shifts things up a little bit, and have to keep your attention on those extremities as a possibility. There's some more utility being put to isolate these fights towards middle. Well played from Benleet to make sure he can succeed through the underpass. Still a little bit of efficiency showing out from Denied as he finds another one here. The super stand-in looking for a clutch. Drops his gun though, and a little bit of a panic as he will be bested by Infinite. But a nice attempt from this new guy on the block here for the stand-in situation.
Alrighty. We'll see if maybe that little boost of energy at the end of the round for Denied, trying to get that clutch, will help the Fluffy Aimers get themselves on the board here. But in this round, it's already not looking too great in terms of that buy-up. 2 Deagles, a Tech 9, a Glock, and a MAC-10. They're saving up the funds for the following round. Benleet's seen a bullet ricochet off the wall, so he's going to throw that smoke immediately. And what? Wolf just spamming through the smoke gets Benleet.
Oh my
That's
God.
potentially just a rotation immediately to the B site. You kind of feel like it has to happen because there's a gun down. They know that the site's going to be a little bit softer. Viz tucked into the corner here. Oh my goodness. A little bit of fortune.
I mean, that's just nasty. And it does set up a little bit of opportunity here as well. I mean, you can see a little lackadaisical and a lack of presence now.
No, Viz.
Oh, another opportunity on the other side of the map here. Viz walks right into the crosshair. Things coming unraveling for the CT side, and it just takes one pick through the smoke to disrupt this setup here. Panic setting in from Fang. He nearly goes down here as the retake towards B has to take place, but does OG Wizard even want to make this a chance here? Does he want to try this one? He's going to inch his way forward, but there's so much ground to try and retake.
I don't think there's a path to victory, and they realize that because Fang took so much damage in that previous engagement. Oh my goodness. You know, just some spam through a smoke leads to all of this. The party astronauts were just reeling a little bit, trying to adjust, trying to get the bodies on that B site, and in the process of doing so, just lose bodies one after the other. Viz, very lackadaisical in that push, let's be honest. You gotta clear at least the corners nearby, because you know there was a player that fragged your teammate, so he could easily be in that position, but yep, doesn't happen. And the fluffy aimers, of all the rounds for them to get, it's going to be the one where they were just going for the eco. Just with the pistols. Nice shot from Slump as well, and this is the engagement, right? Fang almost dies, like you said, and down to 5 HP, decides that to the best course of action just to go for that eco. Fluffy aimers keep getting lifelines.
Yeah, I mean, they did it in the first half with a tough retake. They managed to figure it out in the second half now with an eco victory like that. Around that, I think they have no business really working through, but a stray bullet through the smoke gets them access into a half that we said was going to be challenging for them. These T sides are not easy. Been one of the bigger challenges for Brett to call through. But this heavy defense towards middle is exactly what you're hoping for. But a quick trade, a little one-for-one action. Let's sort them through this round here.
Bullets rattled off there by Fang into the smoke. Ben staring down at a Molotov, sailing in from both Cat and Batman, and he's going to have to fight for his life here, doing the damage, staying alive, but not getting a frag. It's Denied who delivers that, and a 4v3 in favor of the Fluffy Aimers. Fangs just can't get his crosshair and recoil under control. Slump gets the last two, and it's the Fluffy Aimers on to 7. They're roaring back into this.
Ready to get loud as well. There's Denied with the little extra impact here. Brett putting himself in the kind of firefight there initially to let his teammates trade here. And one of the bigger strengths of him as well is he's got to go aggressive here. He's going to trust in the individuals that stand behind him, and you know, for good reason here, trusting in a guy that I feel like is given a big opportunity playing at this kind of level. Denied every round looking more and more promising. Finding entries, finding a path through this half. Eco now called out. One flashbang likely to go over Con after a small delay. Probably the game plan here for the Party Astronauts camp. A game plan that can, you know, certainly go right. But over. There's the overwhelm. There's a couple of kills. That's exactly what they're hoping for. Now quick motion out towards this A side, but there's 2 AKs picked up for the CTs.
Okay, maybe something here. OG Wizard, headshot with the USP. Very much a possibility of victory now, even though this bomb is planted. Slump needs to pop off. He does, but look at the response. Infinite and OG Wizard get 2 right on back, and the Party Astronauts this time getting the unexpected round victory. 2 AKs upgraded there available, and it'll be a 10th round victory in their hands. Well done. Crazy. I mean, just with the pistols, right? To managing to pull it off.
I mean, that's the best way to kind of answer back to Eco here, is to give one back there. And especially in that sort of fashion. You know, one flash over connector. Well, I'll get back to that in 1 second. We do have an infinite PrizePicks check mark. More than 31.5 kills, so impressive stuff there. Infinite, as I highlighted, I just knew not far behind Fang with his map 1 performance, and eventually able to step up for the close. So, I mean, fantastic look out for him so far.
All right, well, PA, despite that previous round victory, will lose the first here. Nice nade toss from Jason. 5v4 in favor of FA. Just feels like PA can, and this is not just in this series, it feels like PA struggles to gain a firm grasp on any one map that they play. If they face any adversity at all, it just feels like things start to slip away. And here, that's a good job from Fang to get the response onto Jason, but they've still got a lot of work left to do. Biz has a beat on a player into window, but he actually gives up the angle. I can't really blame him just because of how dangerous it started to feel, so he fades. And Fluffy Aimers, the hit is coming deep, there's no question. In our minds, Ben going to get one great flashbang thrown, but they can't trade Ben. He gets away. They're going to overlook Fang more than likely as Ben's attracting all the attention. Fang just waiting, holding this angle. And the Fluffy Aimers are trapped. I mean, they have to get out here. Denied, stuck at Van. Brett, along with Slump, trying to work their way in from the apartment and Market. Ben? No way. Ben is actually going to get a frag here, but his teammates fall, and so does he! How again do they lose that? With a perfect setup, somehow the Fluffy Aimers come in and dismantle it. Infinite might have a chance here, but so much damage taken. He's down to 5, and now down to dirt! Fluffy Aimers get an 8th.
This is unbelievable here. They just have to fight through so much early damage being done and so much success, and yet Party Astronauts in these late rounds here finding themselves in difficult positions. Just very difficult trades here. You think that they're in a position of strength, and then all of a sudden the firepower comes on out and denied.
I don't get it,
continues to show so much strength here for his squad. I just can't believe what I'm seeing out of him, and I feel like this just leads to even more excitement here in terms of what we're getting out of the NA scene, out of the young guns that are showing up in these late rounds. Just pure composure at this point, hitting a flow state for some of these clutch opportunities, and he's been available, he's been there.
Brett with the PrizePicks check mark as well, 26.5 frags or more. He's been playing really well, honestly, for the squad. Even though his scoreline right now is negative in terms of kill to death differential, it's still been a good showing for Brett. Fluffy Aimers,
yeah. Deaths traded, right? I mean,
yeah,
that's always a very valuable stat to have in your favor. But you know, sometimes he's just got his teammates standing close by behind him, and they're quick with these trades. He's been calling very good as well. So, I mean, definitely doing his role and doing it well, leading this team through a lot of difficult rounds and potentially, you know, a map 2 victory if they keep up at this pace.
Yeah, it feels like Party Astronauts lose this round, and all of a sudden we're talking about perhaps the full 24 going to be played here. Brett just has to clear the angle. He's going to. Infinite 59 can fire a lot of bullets quickly, but it doesn't connect on anything. Fang will get the trade, and not the follow-up. Slump ensures that Fang is one and done. OG Wizard with the big green. He doesn't want to give this up. And now with that smoke thrown into connector, I think he might just decide to go for the save with the rest of his squad. They're already backing into the B site. Fluffy Aimers, another very effective take of that A site. And they've got a 9th round already secured because the Party Astronauts have ceded it to them.
There you have it. I mean, more of what Brett can do right there. Entry manufactured, limiting the long-term success there with those quick trades as well. So good save here to hold on to the amount of weaponry that they're at. But I mean, as you highlighted, they're going to be feeling a little bit of panic here soon. They can't plant their feet here and keep Fluffy Aimers from working throughout these difficult rounds and showing more and more confidence as time goes on. Definitely a surprise here because, as I've highlighted, this is a very experienced team. But I think there is something to be said about, you know, the recent LAN victory. Playing with, I would imagine, like a little bit more confidence in these late rounds as well. Because Fluffy Aimers aren't feeling that much pressure in this matchup. They know that they're in a stand-in situation. They're missing a key player in News. And the guy that they've picked up to replace them is playing incredibly well. I need to see maybe a little bit more out of OG Wizard, I'd imagine, right? That's where I think a key missing piece is for this Party Astronaut squad.
Yeah, that's kind of the same story as map number 1. in that regard. Yeah, by the way, Denied was actually the second option because Consti was first going to play, and then he couldn't. And they're like, okay, well, we need someone, and they got Denied in here. And man, oh man,
Wow.
he has been good. OG Wizard does hit a shot there with the AWP. That will help. He's in the right spot to punish. I think what Fluffy Gamer's going to realize, okay, ops there, they probably don't have that great of a buy. Maybe we should fade off towards that A site. And you see the lean already for the Party Astronauts. They've gained a lot of map control towards B. They don't have top mid, so they're not aware of the fact that Brett is here, I don't think. But they've gotten into Palace. Fang's going to get a lot of information here. And on this angle with the 5-7, it feels like one, maybe even two can come through. There's the first. Sees the second player as well. Swings around. No second, but damage done. And 33 seconds left on the clock. Fluffy Aimers have to go. I mean, it needs to be the A site. They don't have time to rotate again. And Brett's hoping he can catch rotations off on the Party Astronauts players that are going to try and come in from B. And he absolutely does. Viz punished. 3v3. Now Brett can rotate into the site, perhaps, to support his team. OG Wizard and Infinite are still waiting, biding their time. OG Wizard hits an important one, gets the follow-up as well. We called out OG Wizard, and he has delivered in this round. Infinite the last. The Party Astronauts get an 11th.
I mean, there's no better time to come alive here when that pressure is on. And you know that every round is going to matter a whole lot here when you're a map down and you need to get your head back into your own map pick. You don't want to allow Fluffy Aimers to do exactly what they just did on Ancient, and that's in the late game, just take control. And OG Wizard finally coming online here for a nice multi, stepping up with the AWP when it matters most. I mean, again, it's not about how you start here. If you can finish like that, get your team back into the swing of things here.
Infinite. Oh! He didn't realize Brett had jumped down, and by the time he does, Brett has the frag. OG Wizard missing all his shots, unfortunately for his squad, and now it's a 4v3 in favor of PA. Brett, a smoke forced out, or he actually just got out of that position around the incendiary, and Ben, along with OG Wizard, just have to save. What a shame for them. After a great showing from OG Wizard in the previous round, the inconsistency strikes again, and he can't connect on a shot. The rest of his team falls by the wayside, and the Fluffy Aimers have indeed hit double digits.
Yeah, right back under the fire there. It's unrelenting aggression. Something that Brett does very well here with the momentum-based calling. You're just talking about kind of playing a slower round that doesn't go right. Well, guess what? In the next round, we're just going to run it right down and into that A side. And now onto a little bit of a hunt action. Been lead, holding on well. The rest of the squad not as interested in the hunt there, just Wolf going for it, so going to be secured, but fast through middle, fast out A, great unification on the attack, and you know, all it takes is, you know, one missed op shot there to deny any sort of effort on the retake, something that we weren't really seeing on the other side of things. You know, we were seeing Fluffy Aimers go for all of these like 2v3, 2v4 situations, which maybe kind of hints at the difference in mindset in this matchup as well.
PrizePicks checks mark's gonna start flowing in here. Jason just got one as well. There's the Fluffy Aimers. They're looking to tie up the scoreline at 11. Ben, very aggressive into the apartments. It's going to be a good nade. I feel it. No, it doesn't hit anyone. And now Ben leads the one to hit the dirt. TK comes through, though. That's going to help the Party Astronauts quite a bit. Unfortunately for Viz, Jason is lurking in the shadows, and he comes through and blindsides him. 3v3. Fluffy Aimers have control of this B site, Cole.
Sparrow spotted, but OG Wizard taking a shot at the Ghost in Apartments as the utility goes in. I think that might burn Fang down. He's got to blow on that molly and cool it off a little bit. He's able to stay alive for a little while longer. HE to blow open the smoke here. Does Brett budge? He will not. Oh no, and it's going to be OG Wizard rocking right into the grinder there. Slump will hold down the line onto Fang. There is no escape. There is no relief for this Party Astronaut squad as they get blasted by the B play this time around, despite even some unfortunate team kills. In the 3v4, they fight their way through that adversity, get the round done.
Yeah, that's just a great timing through the smoke. I think it was Jason or Brett, I can't remember, but just coming through that smoke at Cat at the perfect time to even out the numbers. And after that, well, Fluffy Aimers were able to get the bomb planted and no chance at all for the Party Astronauts. I mean, Fang was just stuck in a corner, right? Eating util after util, and then the incendiary, the Molotov traps him even longer, and by the time he's even able to move, it's already done. The smoke pop was a little late coming through from the Party Astronauts too, so that wasted a nade, and just a great job in that corner. I think it was by Slump, just waiting and biding his time until a player walks into his crosshair and he's got a freebie. So, we're tied up. We are indeed going the full 24. And there's a big issue, Cole, for the Party Astronauts. They don't have any money. So this one is just going to be a full eco. They're stacking A, which is right now the right choice. Because the Fluffy Hammers are walking into it. Bang, around the corner. Does damage. Can't get kills. Denied is going to do the work with Wolf. And this is easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 5v1. Fluffy Hammers walking on to a free and clear A site.
Gonna get serious point here off the back of this win. And, you know, we can highlight the opportunities. We talked a little bit about the eco that was a huge lifeline for Party Astronauts in that early part of this second half, but it can't happen twice, surely, right? Surely, you know, a little bit more diligence going to be done, and then they secure it. So it's 12. And the pressure's now put on to PA to close out this round, try and take it into overtime. Otherwise, elimination early. And a big surprise here. Both gamers are going to be that new king of the circuit, and it's at the hands of the Stanton here, stepping up to the plate with so much impact here on Mirage. OG Wizard and Fang will be able to answer back their Viz in the same vein. So not the end of the world here. The 4v5 swings in favor of Party Astronauts with quickness. And it might be extra innings that we get here, a little overtime action.
I don't know yet, because the A site's kind of vulnerable right now. Only one player here, OG Wizard, and he's waiting for players to come onto the site. The bomb's already gotten off of balcony, and Slump might have the edge here. Okay, flick misses for OG Wizard. Now the bomb will get planted. 2v4. Yeah, oh indeed, right? We've seen this fall apart for the Party Astronauts so many times before. Viz whiffs on the shots. Can't get that frag. Fang trying to come in. They're looking to swing around. There we go. Wolf has dropped. It's all up to Slump with an AK in his hands. Now they're scrambling to get this bomb defused. Then they won't need to scramble any longer. Great shot from OG Wizard. Another 2 critical frags for him. And we are indeed heading for extra rounds here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely reason to panic there. If you've watched the beginning stages of this game and you're seeing another situation, you watch that first missed op shot to set the tone for that retake, but it's not how it finishes. In a different fashion there, much different fashion. A lot more connections, a lot more comfort. But I think a lot of eagerness to close out this round. I won't even really be too concerned for Fluffy Aimers and letting that round slip, because it's what they've been doing all game here effectively. And that's finding these opening duels, but also being able to work on the extremity to continue that development, to continue those fights. And as you can see, it doesn't work out in this case, but it has been working out for them so well in the past. So I think you got to take the good with the bad. Unfortunately, the bad came in the 24th round with their opportunity to close. At least closed off now. See if they can regain that control here in overtime.
It's anyone's game. Neither team really able to get that momentum here on Mirage. Molotov's going to sail in. Fang has to use that smoke. Takes a little bit of damage. He's not too worse for wear, though. Thing is, Fluffy Aimers have the info that someone's there. OG Wizard hits the shot around the upper part of that smoke to get Slump. And the op is picked up by Jason, who's going to try and go for a peek himself. The thing is, the Party Astronauts have already backed off that angle. Fang is waiting at the broken wall, staring down with the M4. Fluffy Aimers have mid-control, which will help them out here. Infinite needs to be careful of ramp, because there is a player right around there, and he could easily get caught out as this smoke fades. It's such a dangerous spot for him to be holding. He's aware of that, so eventually he has to move away, and he times it right so that the smoke doesn't fade with him in full visibility of his opponents. Infinite swings around the corner. Great flashbang from Fang. Takes a lot of damage, but they still keep that advantage over the Fluffy Aimers. Jason hits the shot onto Infinite. Uh-oh, Brett's in a good position as well to come through and maybe find another one with his squad pushing towards this A site. Brett. Great trade from Viz right on back. 3v2 for the party astronauts, but the bomb should be planted, probably? Yeah, it is planted, but Brett will get dropped right after he plants the bomb, and Denied is going to have a very tough time here. I don't think he even gets the frag on the bomb diffuser, and that will be it. He gets one before he is killed himself.
I think a lot more comfort being shown in the early, or the later rounds rather, for party astronauts and working their way through this one. Nice connection from OG Wizard, who again I think a lot of these rounds are starting to live on how he can be able to perform, as we've seen. A little more round by round consistency being developed. He's had a couple of big flare-ups as well in terms of securing this overtime, so that's just going to be something we have to keep an eye out for. Building up a little bit of confidence here from the Opera on Mirage. Key detail. There we have another one. PrizePicks check mark as we head into overtime for more than 27.5 kills for Viz, who's been, I feel like, a bit quietly chugging away, but a lot more impact here on Mirage felt, for sure.
Ben Lead running the double op setup for the party astronauts. First time we've seen it on this map or even in the series. Smoking to get tossed. Ben Lead says, okay, this is a little weird. Gotta be a little cautious here. He's ahead of the Molotov, which is thrown for Van, so he's okay. Hanging around this position on the platform. Slump gets the opener on Viz, who's in ladder room. That's a big one. Fang playing anti-flash, and he actually goes down as well, even though he managed to flick around in time. Infinite and Ben Lead strike back for a couple to keep the numbers even, and in fact the B side might be safe. Brett can't do anything as he moves in towards CT, and quickly things starting to favor the party astronauts. We'll see if Jason can change this. Has to win the duel with Infinite, has the angle, and he gets it. 2v2, bomb needs to be brought here, and this is actually really bad for OG Wizard. If Jason stays alive here, oh, maybe not. Footsteps heard. Jason won't actually have to support Denied. Denied wins the fight with OG Wizard. I thought he had everything he needed in terms of information because Denied was running in his direction, but he still loses the duel. And a 3v2 for the party astronaut turns into a 1v2.
Oh, this is more of the same here. A bit of a struggle to close out rounds, but maybe it could be bailed out by the leader, the IGL, who does close out the clutch. He finds the first on a overpeak there, but then closes out the second when Denied tries to get sneaky and play around the corner. So Ben Lee prepared for that sort of possibility, closes out the clutch, and keeps them in winning ways in an important fashion, because it's something that's been haunting party astronauts throughout this series. And he's the one that gets them over the hump there and closes out a round that was originally favored for them.
Alrighty. Party astronauts somehow, some way are starting to win the rounds that were slipping through their fingers previously. Takes a pretty big individual effort from Ben Lead, who's got 17 frags. Not usually fragging out for his squad, but at least here on Mirage, it's been great for him. Oh my goodness, both the timing on the util wasn't great, but he doesn't get punished. Now Slump walks in, gets Infinite. Missed shot from OG Wizard. Not a great time for that to happen as the Fluffy Aimers blitz through onto this A site, and they're going to get a bomb plant.
5v3, a lot more favorable. This time around, it's got to be the same case. Can they close it out? Back of it. Jumping on top of that box, though, be risking too much there. He does, though. He will get knocked out because of it. There's Wolf, who is looking to seal the deal, but a retake opportunity going to be closed with the window of opportunity sealed in by Wolf. Will limit the presence in this one, finish the job, and at least give them the one round on this T side. And I mean, we highlighted that there's a bit of more strength shown in the defense, so maybe that's something to lean on.
Alrighty. That's a good round for the Fluffy Aimers to get, to keep things close at the very least. But now, need a lot more heading into this one, down 14-13. Try and steal away their opponent's map pick and get a 2-0 in the series. Party Astronauts want none of that. They want to see Anubis with a chance to get revenge on the Fluffy Aimers after losing there previously. Viz, Ben, and Fang. All three of them grouped up together from underpass. The smoke is guising their advance, and they're going to get a smoke thrown into window as well. In the meantime, we got Slump with a PrizePicks check mark for more than 30 kills. Ooh, nice shot from Fang onto Jason. That would help if Fang can get a second one. No. Brett, immediate trade. Could even get the follow-up on Viz. What? Oh, no, Brett! What are you looking at? He's too focused on the gun. Doesn't realize a player got through the smoke, and the Fluffy Aimers are reeling now. Denied and Wolf on the other side of the map. They have to try and get back in here. It is overtime, so you can certainly risk it. We'll see if the post plant's going to be solid here for PA.
Yeah, this time they're going to make sure to seal the deal with the quick close coming through from Viz, shutting the window of this Party Astronauts. Map 2 mishap there. Nice play coming through from Brett to find that quick kill, but going for that AK. Didn't quite get the vision on that smoke push, and it ends up costing him severely. Now 2 chances here to the only one that we saw from Fluffy Aimers to close this one out. 2 now given to Party Astronauts to get right on this map and look to take it to a third here in a revenge game versus Fluffy Aimers. So much emphasis put towards middle, but this call from Ben Leet could be exactly what the doctor ordered. Fast motion towards the A side. Straight on in on this aggro here. Brett still looking comfortable, but only a one and done. As Slump's AWP needs to do a whole lot more. Quick trades from OG Wizard on the rifle instead. Sealing in a couple kills. Clotheslining them on the inbound, and another retake effort rolling through for the duel of Wolf and Jason.
Alrighty. Oh no. Oh no, Ben. Oh, that's not good. 2v2. Wolf caught out as well. He's gone. OG Wizard and Infinite, the last 2 standing, trying to hang on here against the Fluffy Aimers after Jason managed to slip through an additional frag. He might try and defuse this one. He won't get it! Tap through the smoke. Party Astronauts win their map pick. Some scary moments for them, but they are sending this one to Anubis.
Able to lock in a victory there. They get the job done, finally nullifying some of the bigger weaknesses that we had highlighted, the bigger problems that we had talked about for Party Astronauts, and that's closing out in the late rounds. Again, you know, a lot of early setup being done well, and I got to give a lot of credit to Ben Leet and what he was able to do in these early rounds to get them to a position of strength. But in the later stages, you're talking about you know, closing out in terms of the post plants, and they finally put that in their favor. They finally figured out a way to close it. And it was, again, Binley on an individual front. That 1v2 that he got in overtime meant a lot to the rest of the team. You can imagine it kept them in a lead in the first half of overtime. So definitely a turn up from him on an individual front. He still had some of those key pieces. OG Wizard playing well towards the later stages of the game. Had a very slow start, but had to perform. So a lot of key details there for this Party Astronaut team to come online to close us out.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we called it OG Wizard, he's like, okay, I hear you. I'm going to step it up. No, for real. He gets a 3K in that round, and then in overtime is critical to success, even when he doesn't have the op in his hands. Let's take a look at those stats now, and we already saw a lot of check marks come through, as you would expect with so many rounds of Counter-Strike already being played. You see Viz got it, Ben Leet as well. Fang, did anyone not? Only OG Wizard. And I mean, he almost would have gotten there. If we get one more half of overtime or a couple halves of overtime, then he is certainly going to hit that 30.5 mark. But well done from the Party Astronauts overall to hang in there despite facing a ton of adversity. And even, you know, there was a map point for the Fluffy Aimers, as you called out, at the end of regulation that they couldn't convert.
Yeah, I think again, you know, the allure of closing out this series certainly right in front of them. They just had to reach out and grab it. They even had the 4v5 in that situation, but once you lose that, you know, it's right back into level territory. Party Astronauts kind of get a bit of a momentum build. And man, look at the frag distribution for this squad. Not only is Denied, you know, leveling up here in this matchup, but everyone is performing. Everyone is passing expectations here. I mean, PrizePicks kills, they're all passing those expectations. I'd imagine Denied, if he
Yeah.
had estimation, would be passing that as well with 36 and leading the charge. But just an incredible sequence for Fluffy Aimers throughout the first two maps. Not enough to close it out in a 2-0, but I'll tell you what, like getting past Mirage here and keeping it close and setting it up for a third map, which I think we kind of expected here in this series.
Yeah.
It definitely shows that they're hopping into this one with some confidence for a decider.
Yeah, a very close affair on Mirage. One of their closest, in fact, over the last 3 months. So I think that's a confidence booster for sure. Probably a little disappointed in themselves for not being able to close it out, especially in that 24th round, because they had the opening frag and things were looking in their favor, and all of a sudden it melted away, and then they let it slip away in overtime. But still, good for the Fluffy Aimers to build confidence. Great for the Party Astronauts to recover and send us to map 3, which we will get to, guys. But before we do, we're going to hit a break.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
All right, we're back here. Map number 3 in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 5 between the Party Astronauts and the Fluffy Aimers. We've seen some very back and forth Counter-Strike here so far, Cole. I don't think map number 3 is going to change that.
No, I don't think so here. I think we're going to keep on seeing that same sort of pace roll on out. That is for sure. Honestly, what I'm seeing out of the side of Fluffy Aimers as well, super promising in terms of like long-term success, in terms of how the fundamentals are put in place because they are dealing with the stand-in situation. There's just so much going right for this team. On the other end of things, Party Astronauts finally sorting out some of the struggles that they've felt. So I think there's positives heading into both camps in this decider. And again, I want to see who's going to come out on top given that fact.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, we're going on to Anubis like we already teased before and like you already knew before with that veto that came through, guys. And honestly, it's been great for the Fluffy Aimers. They won 3 in a row at Fragadelphia 18, only lost once to Roomba Peak. Don't know who they are, but, you know, cool name. Outside of that, they beat Take Flight, What's for Dinner, and the Party Astronauts as well in overtime here on Anubis. And you're looking at the other end, it's been kind of a roller coaster. Not kind of, very much so, back and forth between the Party Astronauts. Win one, lose one repeatedly over the last 10 that they've played. So we'll see. If the trend continues for PA, then they will win this one and take it, but we can't go off of trends.
Well, I don't know. It sounds like there's a pattern formulating here
there absolutely is,
that might work in Party Astronauts' favor. They got to be careful after they play this map, though, as they don't want to turn in the wrong direction either way. Going to be a CT side start for the side of Fluffy Aimers, T side for the Party Astronauts. Here gives them a little extra edge there in their favor, so we'll see what they can do. I mean, as you highlighted, definitely some strengths here for Fluffy Aimers. I've seen them. This is one of the maps that they execute incredibly well alongside Ancient. So, you know, Anubis, Ancient as some of their core maps that I've seen some of their bigger upsets actually play out on. And while it is difficult to keep that consistent in the NA scene, this is always a map I would be a little worried to play Brett in and the rest of the squad in terms of what they can get away with in the success in the past, because a lot of teams have struggled on this map in particular versus this squad. So we'll see if that trend continues here into this decider. We're ready to kick things off, though, into a pistol round. Got a little bit of utility for Fang, and then, I mean, quite a bit of utility on this T side. Ready to go, but we'll see how things fare out.
Yeah, and notably, the T round win percentage is enormous for the Party Astronauts. 67% of their rounds won is on T side. That's crazy. I mean, it is Anubis, right? And we expect it, but that's something. Party Astronauts are already going to walk in towards this A site and get the bomb planted. Excuse me, B site. Get the bomb planted. Fang, looking around, trying to find someone. It is going to be the Fluffy Aimers walking out here. Jason getting one. Fang finds two. Almost a third. No. Finally shut down, but an instant trade available for Infinite to make things ever more favorable for the Party Astronauts, and they will take the opening pistol.
It's a great look rolling on out on the pistol here. I mean, as you highlighted, there's a good favor in terms of the success for Party Astronauts on this T side. And I mean, as you'd expect on Anubis, that is the case still, but getting that pistol and looking so comfortable in the post plants and the 5v5 post plants in particular, always a good sign here for them. Now they get to set up for success for this T side on the defaults. Get to set the tone here for how they want to play. Although I see a couple differing opinions. You know, we got the phase stickers, or graffitis for some, and then some are on the spirit side for this Party Astronaut squad. So I think, you know, they've got some other things to figure out as well. I guess we'll be figuring out this morning for us.
Yeah, I mean, maybe when we're on to our second map of the next BO3. I mean, to be honest with you, we'll see how it goes. But I'm actually excited about that. I didn't expect FaZe to make it through. We will talk about it more after we have a bit of a break, because Fluffy Aimers are going to try and engage her. That's a big one to find, but Viz takes care of business, and then Viz also takes care of his teammate, his IGL, in fact. It's a mutiny, as Viz wants to get the last, and he won't. 2-0 in favor of the Party Astronauts. But yeah, Cole, I guess now we have a moment. FaZe, I counted them out. Like, I thought they weren't even going to make it past the first round of the playoffs the way they've been playing lately, but it seems like whenever they're on the big stage, they deliver.
That is That's a guarantee, man. These guys are never out of things here. Get them on the high pressure moments. They show up in a big way.
It's crazy. And I thought Spirit wouldn't be able to do it either, but Donk has been carrying them to victory time after time. Ridiculous numbers for him.
Yeah. He keeps it up. I mean, last grand final I think we saw between FaZe and, what was that, Kata?
Yeah,
early in the year.
Yeah, that's right. It was the beginning of the year.
That was the nothing you can do against Donk show, and maybe we're getting a little bit more of that in the major, but into this one, we'll see if there's anyone looking to be Donk-esque in this matchup. Maybe it can be Fang here on some T-side entries, continuing to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the results for this map, obviously played a little bit more by the Party Astronauts over the last 3 months, with 10 times coming through, 6 of those wins. And then Fluffy Aimers, it's even at a 3-3. We didn't talk about them that much. Maybe we'll wait, though, because Infinite's got a chance to punish here. There's one, only one. Good flick from Denied, who's been very good throughout this series. Subbing in for a very ill news. Denied, pushing in. Smoke gonna pop in his face, and yeah, I mean, not the best spot for the Fluffy Aimers to be in here post-plant, but they're gonna have to wait for reinforcements to arrive on the other side. But yeah, speaking about Fluffy Aimers, they won 3 in a row, in fact, on this map. All of those happening at Fragadelphia. Ben Leak gonna get the headshot onto Brett. Fluffy Aimers, I think they're gonna have to back off.
Seems like they understand that. Gonna go ahead and fade away from this one. Call it a day. I know they can't press their luck too much further into this round. There's more of that T-side success rolling on out. Infinite and Benley doing the heavy lifting on the A-side entries, with the aggression kind of being punished, and then a follow-up not fully available either. And here's Infinite. Look at the timing right there that he manufactures. I mean, just a great opening pick, but the continuation of aggression afterwards. Party Astronauts fielding a lot of comfort in the calls here at the moment. Benley, you know, you task him with pulling through here in this third map. Gonna be a tough test for him, but so far looking good.
Yeah. Last time here for both teams, each one got an 8-4 T-side. The 8-round victories on their T-sides, respectively. And OG Wizard and Infinite going to get a couple of frags. Infinite with a pogo stick, Mac 10. Frag coming through, and it's Party Astronauts once more with a ton of control going in towards that A site. Brett, want to get one on the tail end, but I mean, they're already going to be on this site planting before he even has a chance to have a say about this. Jason, look at it from camera. This could be a spot where he can punish, but I mean, Party Astronauts have quickly tucked in. Brett coming around, good timing, but he pulls out the gun a little too late, comes around, still Fang gets dropped, but the problem is Brett took so much damage to that engagement that both Brett and Slump are a little bit exposed. They're still going to try for this. They got the information. Ben and Infinite just churning out the bullets up against the Fluffy Aimers, trying to keep hold of this perfect start to the first half. But Slump 6 defusal. Is he going to get it? Yes, he does! Despite falling in the end, the Fluffy Aimers sneak one through with the defusal.
That's a huge way to pick up a win despite some of the early adversity here. A little aggression rolling through with that nice self-flash. Even better shot there. But then the trades don't end up favoring them in the early stages. They have to fight through this one. In the 3v3, getting overwhelmed in the retake effort. And just a trust in your teammate there. Brett buys enough time for Slump to get that defuse right in the face. And that one, I think a little more excusable in a round loss there. A little less frustrating.
Yeah.
Because you know now that if you just win this next one, it's going to be more than just fine here. And they've got the entries to back it up at least for a little while. There was a trade potential, but I think Fang was throwing some util, so missed out on it initially. That could create some complications.
Slump's going to get Ben here. That settles things down for the Fluffy Aimers, although Slump in that engagement goes down to 22 HP, so it's far from a certainty for them at this point, and they only got 2 on each site. That means that if Party Astronauts group together on either bomb site, they'll have a brief man advantage. Presumably the trade will come through for the Fluffy Aimers, given the way Brett and Slump are postured. Feels like Party Astronauts want to get some mid-control before they likely end up towards this B site. There is the mid-control. Jason gets fragged, and that could trigger the Fluffy Aimers to rotate out into the visibility of Fang, should Fang decide to peek out of B main. But he's actually just biding his time, and the Party Astronauts want to work the clock. Where Infinite is. He's waiting for the rotations to come through. If they get another one here, it's going to spell so much trouble for the Fluffy Aimers. A little bit of spam through the smoke. Eventually, PA is going to have to get a move on, and they do! 2 perfect headshots from Infinite and Fang. Denied the last one standing with only an MP9. He should be able to get an upgrade for himself, but I think he just wants to get that upgrade and get the heck out of here.
See if he's capable of doing that. Fang has eyes on the prize there in front of a smoke, though. And there he takes some contact. Will dip out very quickly afterwards. Seeing if he can't squeak a quick kill, and maybe that would encourage an actual attempt, but only just now picked up the kit. Probably didn't have much of a chance going into that one, so we'll see. The victory going the way of the Party Astronauts again, and as I highlighted, with all of the casualties taken in the one round, they hop into the next and win it out. And again, that's where I think the frustrations that we saw in Ancient and maybe even Mirage there of losing out in favorable situations. Well, there, if you win this one, you know the implications are that the economy is kind of cracked, and they will be able to do just that. So a good look out of the Party Astronauts on this T side to establish what we know is kind of necessary, and that's to build a lead in this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, given that both teams are really strong on their respective T sides, they know the pressure is on to perform on the attacking end. And that is, like you said, exactly what's happening here. Fluffy Aimers, this is... okay. As a force buy that's going to come through, usually you want to try going for this when you expect the other team to be a little low in economy, but they're not, are the Party Astronauts. So this is kind of a huge risk for Fluffy Aimers, because yes, they have the full loss bonus coming through, but there's also the factor of, you know, 4 players down to below one, or down at or below $150. Denai's going to get an important one here onto Viz, but he takes a lot of damage, and I mean, the B site is exceptionally vulnerable. Smoke's going to come through, Molotov as well. You have Wolf here with an MP9. He could strike for some damage, but I would be very shocked if the Party Astronauts leave no one watching here, and they do leave no one watching. As I say that, Wolf gets 2. Fang is going to get the response. Now a chance for Fluffy Aimers. What a shot from OG Wizard to keep things going. Fang very exposed here. He's dead. It's all up to OG Wizard. Connects in the shot against Denied. Now trying to fade away from Brett. He's just looking to buy time, and he gets the frag as well. What a weird round as OG Wizard gets a 3K, and it felt like it was going to melt away for the Party Astronauts with Wolf being completely overlooked. But somehow they pull it off, thanks to OG Wizard's heroics, Cole.
And again, this is a player that was so missing, right? I mean, we just didn't have him in those first, well, I'll say like the first 2 maps until overtime, until, you know, reality struck that if he doesn't step up, they're going to be eliminated in the first round. And I think that reality here has been taken in round by round consistency now. And again, in Anubis here, look at the op shots that he's connected. This guy looks like he was never missing a beat in this series. But he started off, you know, I think that second half with 3 kills on Mirage. He had ended the first map with like 11, so definitely a level up here. And for a young player to have such a slow start, but then be able to bounce back in such a big way, shows a lot of depth there that Party Astronauts certainly should be excited about.
Oh, yeah. Without question. Another thing for them to be excited about is the potential of a 6-1 lead here. Yes, it's T-side, but I mean, should they get above that 8-round mark that they achieved in the previous matchup against Fluffy Aimers, then they should be feeling excellent. That's a big if. Because Fluffy Aimers have a buy-up soon. Oh, Bentley's certainly right. Yeah, well, Fizz is going to get on the other end. It doesn't matter. Brett's gone. That's the A-site defense opened up here. Excuse me, B-site defense is gone. OG Wizard can get that Molotov thrown. It's under the control of the party astronauts. I'd be surprised if Denied is anywhere close to this site. Yeah, he's not there. He was looking at the radar. He's running away. Like, guys, it's up to you. You want some upgrades? Go for it. Otherwise, I'm just going to save my M4. And he walks a little bit too far. Has to take a fight here with Infinite. Luckily for him, Infinite wasn't expecting that at all. So he goes down to 13 HP and probably just wants to keep the AK in his hands. He won't. Wolf comes out, gets a frag. Jason getting bent. This is getting expensive for the party astronauts. They at least get one back onto Wolf. But Viz and Fang are on notice, and Denied's probably got another one for himself here. Absolutely. So good damage to the economy at the very least, but the Fluffy Aimers still lose the round.
Keeping that economy nice and healthy is a key detail in keeping this, this kind of advantage rolling here for party astronauts. So we'll see now that the guns are back out, and because of how close these last couple of rounds were, that becomes a problem. But I mean, on the Fluffy Aimer side, you do have to win one of these situations, and the only round win that they do have, they lost all 5 in that round. So it's kind of the best way to lose if you're PA, even in a single lost round. Infinite, oh my god. I mean, not fearing anything. Denied playing very forward facing in this A side duel, but gets knocked out of the water right there. He's gonna have to play a 4v5 for the rest of the squad. This is a difficult spot to find yourself in. PA just wait for now re-aggression, as they should. It's so early on in the round, you'd expect it to come through in some form or fashion, but Binley instead will fall victim to that re-aggression instead of winning out the duel.
Infinite wants another one. Oh, actually, just going to fall off. That actually is a really good play by Infinite, right? Because he attracts the attention of 2 players while the rest of his team is pinching in from the other end. So 2 players push into A main, the other's coming from camera. Infinite not only does he get the attention, gets himself a chance at a frag, but will fall. Now there's no way Wolf expects him to be this close, but Fang gives away his position. It doesn't even matter. He managed to spray transfer 4-2. Slump gets one back. 2v2 scenario. Gets a fresh up. Oh, misses the shot. I thought he had it. It might not matter anyway because Brett comes through and takes out Viz. Fang by his lonesome. Slump holding the line, and Slump will get it. Fluffy Aimers, a second on the board.
Can't lie, would have felt bad for Slump if that cost him anything, because I was with you. I thought that looked dead on. But either way, it doesn't end up mattering all that much there. End up closing out the round just a little later. And that 2v2. That's exactly what you need here to kind of turn up the heat on party astronauts. We highlighted that they just need some rounds on the board to start to force back this effort in this defense. Build into a CT side. They can still close things out in a somewhat decent fashion at this rate. So no need to panic. Setting your focus on this defense here, building up some nice op shots for Slump, finding some opening picks. As you can see, even in that 4v5, I think a wise bit of re-aggression helmed by Slump with the op there to fight through E-Box and collect onto Binley. So I like the protocols that are set in stone. I like Slump being more of a playmaker on the CT side of Anubis. I think that's going to be necessary.
Let's see if they can keep that up. AWP in the hands of Slump once more. Party astronauts bringing OG Wizard to the table. Again, that op-v-op duel is going to be one to watch out for. Slump not playing aggressively into mid. In fact, that's a lot of mid control being given up by the Fluffy Aimer should the party astronauts decide to go there, but they're not. They're going fast in towards B. OG Wizard watching with the op. Wolf util out, so he's going to get caught there. Brett's trying to line him up, and he does knock one down, but it's even in terms of the trades. 3v3 Slump. He was key for them in the previous round. Now going to swing. Oh, look where Denied is. Denied coming through. Finds one onto Viz. He wasn't even his target. He was aiming for Infinite, who still survives and gets the trade. Jason will manage to make it a 2v1 in favor of the Fluffy Aimers as OG Wizard needs that clutch for his squad to get them a 7th on the board right here. 1 minute remains. OG Wizard spots one, knows there's one in con as well. Is he going to go for the no-scope here? He does, and he hits it!
God.
OG Wizard, the clutch in the 1v2 at 3K on the round. What a play from him.
That's now his third 1v2 of the series. We talked a little bit about it. He had a very hot start on Ancient. He got his third 1v2 now on Anubis, his second of this map so far. Guy in the clutch is ice cold and denying Fluffy Aimers any sort of relief. 2 rounds in a row would have been massive, but holding on to the no-scope, trusting in that, that's what you believe in right there? Oh man, that's such a bold call here, but it gets away with it, ends up rewarded in a massive fashion. And Fluffy Aimers right back to the drawing board now. I mean, brutal stuff right there, and a loss like that. It's still not, you know, economic devastation, but they're on the MP9s for a couple of these players and putting a lot of pressure on, saying, hey, we need to win early. We gotta shut this momentum down. That's a very tough task with the current form that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and it's hard to keep that economy going on the Fluffy Aimer side. They're buying down to their very last dollars in a lot of cases here. And it's another round where they are in a must-win situation just to kind of get more than 2 rounds on the board. OG Wizard. Ooh, good flashbang thrown by the Fluffy Aimers. They're going to try and run down OG Wizard now. There's the util tossed, and it works. But it's only for 1, and Slump gets traded out immediately. Wolf waiting over on B. He gets 1 as well and traded. That is excellent for the Party Astronauts. They're gaining the space. They know there's another player outside of B. Brett's still going to connect onto that. He jumps up looking for more. Infinite down to 48. Fang and Infinite, though, connect for 2, and it's down to a 1v1 once more with Denied finding the back of Infinite. Fang, 28 HP. He knows the player is on the B site, so he's going to route himself all the way to A. I think this should be heard.
Looks like he's registering it. Now, it still does come down to a question of, can he get in a position to succeed here for the side of Fang? You know, does he allow him to get into a nice angle? That seems to be the case here. There's a little bit of motion coming through from Fang. Playing at the edge of this block. Steps out perfectly timed. Look at the precision and anticipation from Fang. That's the last person you want to be playing up in a clutch if you're Denied. But unfortunately, that's who he faces. And he just gets leveled out.
Look, there's one thing I gotta say here. Fang is looking as good as he ever has on this Party Astronauts roster throughout this entire series. He's been their top frag. He's been the star that they need him to be. And right there, I mean, in a 1v1, you've got your main guy on the Party Astronauts, and he delivers as you would expect. What a peak, crosshair placement, everything absolutely perfect, and it had to be because he was low in health. The Party Astronauts get that 8. The full loss bonus does yield the Fluffy Aimers a decent buy-up, but they still need to do a lot here, and there's a good start at the very least. They take down Fang to open things up, but Infinite, another jumping Mac 10 frag for him. On to Jason. Ben gets a little overzealous in his peak, so the man advantage is restored, but only briefly, because Viz is going to trade out Wolf immediately afterwards, and that's a lot of space potentially gained here into Canals. Infinite and Viz all grouped up, and they are going to execute, I think, to E-Box, Cole, which could be problematic with Brett's positioning.
Brett looked good in here already, doing so much damage so far. Can he do it again? Instantly dismisses the first. Second, trials him in same result. Going for the last as well, OG Wizard. The upshot rolls on by, so Brett will handle business to seal off another round. And usually a team that I think their strength so far in this map has been just trades. Brett will deny every access to those trades.
I'm just surprised that they don't use any of their util, like a flashbang, smoke, something. They had so much going into E-Box, but they play contact instead, and that is absolutely their undoing. I mean, when you have 3 players there, there's not really much of a concern of like giving away your position, especially considering you know that that's a very common spot to be played. But it's a power position for Brett. I mean, I said it before. They even walked in there. You know, it's an angle that can be very potent if you're not expecting or walking into that E-Box spot without using util well. This looks like it's going to be all Fluffy Aimers here. Tons of util coming through. Yes, a Tech 9 slips through, but it doesn't matter because it will quickly be closed up as the Fluffy Aimers have only Infinite and Fang left to deal with here. And it looks like, okay, Infinite, okay, Infinite. A couple of frags going to be secured. Picks up the AK. Oh my goodness. He had the right idea, but it was just too tall of a task. And again, we have another 8-4 half for the Party Astronauts and the Fluffy Aimers on a T side.
I mean, definitely manageable for Fluffy Aimers with the
Yeah.
late recovery, with the impact from Brett, and a late punishment. But they're mostly, I think, more than anything, going to be wishing they could have one of those 1v2s, maybe both of them from OG Wizard denied in this half, right? That was the big difference maker from this being a very difficult second half that PA are heading into to a pretty comforting scoreline at the end of the day, is that clutch factor coming through from OG Wizard. And even Fang in that 1v1 as well, same case, you know. They had a lot of clutch factor in that first half, but when you're coming in a position of strength here, you know, you win those clutches. Doesn't matter how you get the job done, you have if you're PA.
All right.
For the first half. I guess there's more work to do in the second.
Definitely. And if PA wins the pistol round, then we're starting to talk about Party Astronauts running away with this, no question. Fluffy Aimers not going to commit just yet in towards A. Viz. Cake. Oh, what a shot from Viz. Beautiful precision headshot. Can't connect onto Jason just yet, and he's actually the key piece here. He can't be killed by the Fluffy Aimers. He might be able to get the last one onto Brett. We'll see if he can connect onto his head, and he doesn't, but it's the body shots that work out for him. 3K, and he's adding a little BM to the server, but that is a big pistol round for PA to take.
I mean, as you highlighted right there before hopping into it, you know, the implications of letting that one slip here are going to hurt quite a bit on the side of Fluffy Aimers. The lack of a bomb plant going to amplify the pain as well, just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, it gives them no tools really to work with in this next one, besides a couple of Deagles invested. I doubt the Party Astronauts are going to be too keen on making any mistakes and opening up any avenues back into this game here, except for a headshot like that from Jason. I said not too interested. Infinite. He rolls around the corner there, sniffing some lead.
Well, Fang trying to settle things down here. Needs to be careful, right? Because all the pistols, I mean, when you see that many bullets flying through, you're like, I shouldn't peek. He does, but you shouldn't have done that. He's exposed. Fang goes down. Ben Lee trying to close it out, and it's okay. Probably. For the Party Astronauts. Probably. Denied. Survives with 3 HP. Makes it a 1v1. Doesn't have the bomb, though. That's the biggest problem. OG Wizard looking in towards E-Box. Denied has already left that position, and OG Wizard suspecting that might be the case, looking around towards T-Spawn. If he holds this angle, should be fine, and he does. A bullet did connect with his body, but it wasn't a big deal. Party Astronauts win it, but not by much. 10-4 in their favor. It's a daunting scoreline for the Fluffy Aimers to look at. What a shot from Jason, though.
That's a great way to kick it off right there. Definitely daunting in terms of the scoreline. That round, I think, maybe could inspire a little belief here. It's still a pretty big uphill climb for them, but they know that, you know, they just put the pressure with the amount of damage that was done. They just put the pressure on this PA squad to say, hey, now you got to do it on the gun rounds here. We just set the tone with a lot of damage. Can you make this one look easy here when the rifles are up, when you're up against AKs, because things looked a little rocky last time around. You got aggression here. Benley fighting forward there. He's kind of past the crosshair already. Could be interesting here, but you know, the question is to Wolf do his due diligence in this clear, and the utility out kind of hints that maybe not.
Spray down from Slump. Great angle for Ben Lee to be out towards. Can he get the second one too? Not yet. It's close. He's surrounded. What's happening? Why is the knife even out of that situation? Infinite does manage to get Slump in the end, but what was that? 3v2 in favor of the Party Astronauts, who perhaps despite themselves will potentially be able to close this one out still. What a wild engagement. 38 seconds left here, Cole.
Absolutely wild here. And it's not going to get any easier. Bank shot, HG on the money, but Fang still offers up a little extra resistance on his way out. One extra kill. Puts it into the clutch for Viz. There's so many different possibilities rolling through Wolf's mind. Is he prepared for the right one here? The flank. Oh, back is turned. The surprise in for Viz and another bit of body spamming as he makes sure to rub it on in. Let his frustration out and close the round here for Party Astronauts. And he's a G2 fan.
Okay,
so
I respect
they're
that.
all over the map here for the side of PA.
I respect that. I thought G2 was going to be in the final. I had them as my winner, actually.
I went for the Sleep of Vitality pick.
Did you? Oh no, that was.
I was in the running. I was in the running for the diamond coin. I wanted to be kind of special with this diamond coin.
Oh man, I was not in the running for the diamond. I totally messed up all of my elimination picks. So that was
yeah.
That was rough. Oh goodness. Still, I mean, it was all for fun, and I think that just Vitality haven't really impressed in big moments, have they? Like, they have that one major win, but I mean, it's like an asterisk somehow because of the teams that they played against. I don't want to take it away from them because, you know, they did do it, but yeah. Brett's gonna get the check mark here. I don't want to go too far into that because some people are going to get maybe a little angry. I don't know. But good job, Brett.
Zywoo a fraud right there. Reported.
I don't know.
Who's saying it? Not me. Maybe
I didn't say it.
Thinking it.
Yeah. I didn't say I was thinking it. I didn't say it. But, you know.
Looks like Brett's, fully legit, though, here playing out in the consistency throughout this series. I'm always super impressed with what he's built here with this Fluffy Aimers team. Wow. The issue is it impressive enough to get past this PA squad? Damage done here, quite a bit of it, but OG Wizard going to be overwhelmed. What a shot, though. Jason sidelined here, trying to get those thin angles. Almost finds another, but certainly buys a lot of time here. Brett, did he just get two there? No, just a single.
I mean, it was the first one before that. Line. Yeah.
Thought he lined up multiples here. It might not matter. He might get them all at this point. Infinite not going to let him get any more here. As Brett's feast might come to an end here. No ace, but enough to secure the round and keep his team away from a scary position here in this best of three.
Infinite just didn't want to give Brett the ace.
Yeah.
That was it. I mean, wow.
Understandable. He didn't want to get body spammed back.
Indeed. Infinite just going to save the M4. Money's terrible for the Party Astronauts despite them coming out with every single round so far here in this second half. They're finally cut short. And it's thanks to Brett, purely. I mean, it didn't feel like the Fluffy Aimers had any edge going in towards that site. The trades were good from the Party Astronauts, and then Brett does this. First one there onto OG Wizard, fakes the plant, gets a swinging Fang, and then the follow-up comes through as well shortly after that. I mean, just the fact that he gets Fang in that situation, because I think it was the right play. Fang going quickly like that, trying to get the trade, was correct. But it's just a wicked shot from Brett as he peeks around Cake. Viz going to be the next one to get a check mark here. 13.5 frags or more has been achieved as a timeout is called by Ben Lee to talk over the next strat with the troops. Gonna go for the force
nerves.
Yeah.
They definitely have a lot to chew through here in terms of this comeback effort, so it shouldn't be too concerning. But around like that for Brett, a little bit of momentum handed over, I think there's something to be said about Brett keeping his team mentally in this game with that sort of leadership right there, leading them by example in this department. So a big win. The side of Fluffy Aimers to hang in there in this matchup. Again, they were one round off of closing out this in a 2-0 on Mirage, so they want to at least give them a fight here in this decider. And that's easier said than done as a fast play. MP9's flowing into the canals here, and they close the distance effectively, but Brett's not scared to fight through the fire. We'll put it into a 2v2 now as Benley answers back on the other end.
Viz. Killer here, and he will win the fight with Wolf. That is a big one to find as well, because Brett was trying to come in to support Wolf, but now he's stuck in a 1v2, even though he has been the most impressive player so far here on Anubis. So perhaps the potential to clutch this out is within his grasp, especially considering he might get a couple of 1v1s for himself. And I think that's good recognition from Viz to say, okay, I don't have Ben with me. I need to tuck myself in a safer angle. And he does. Now he can hide away as he spotted out Brett, and he can say, okay, Brett's on the site. Make it work, then. Come around here and get in on that flank. Brett just faking the plant once more because he expects another player to be here, so he has no idea, zero chance of him being aware that Ben is coming from B main. Brett, excuse me, not Brett, Ben is coming from B main. Brett, waiting here. Okay, it doesn't matter. He will get killed in the end by Ben. 12-5 for the Party Astronauts. They have 7 opportunities to close out the map and the series, Cole.
I just love that timeout called into like a very well executed Canals crunch from the CT side. I mean, it's a little chaotic, sure, but they're dealing with lesser weaponry, so you want to just try and get chaotic. You want to try and get a little bit aggressive there and close the distance with the lesser weaponry. And it's such a well put together round from Benley that you know, it becomes nearly impossible to fail. And again, off the back of that timeout, being able to get everyone on that same page is the key detail of that round's success. So credit to Party Astronauts. That's the difference between maybe this one becoming a little bit more of a tough close versus what now could be pretty comfortably locking in a semifinals position. And getting your revenge, more importantly, you know, this is a bit of a revenge opportunity as well. No, it's a stand-in situation, which
I mean,
maybe creates a difference, but still, I mean, Denied's been incredible.
Yeah, he's been really good. I don't think that made much of a difference, to be honest with you. Played exceptionally well. Fluffy Aimers' attempt to try and get this win against the Party Astronauts may be cut short. And let's not forget, they got map 1, so this is going to be, if Party Astronauts win this 13th round, a reverse sweep. Viz. Waiting here in B main. Wolf, Brett, and Denied lurking in the shadows. Oh my goodness, Ben gets the opener again. He's been really good, honestly, throughout the entirety of the series, which is good for the Party Astronauts because, I mean, whenever Ben is popping off, you're getting a bonus in terms of firepower that you don't necessarily expect. Viz, good spot. Can't get the frag. OG Wizard the trade. He will fall off immediately to allow Infinite to fire away, and OG Wizard and Infinite may have put an end to this one. They get 3 combined. Slump manages to get 1 back, but he's too exposed in the open. And eventually, there it is. He will fall. The Party Astronauts clinch the series and advance to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of credit here in the just stability that we see out of Party Astronauts, despite being down a map, fully, you know, faith that they can get their heads back into this matchup. I feel like all the way through, they're down to series point or up against series point on Mirage as well. They close out those key rounds. You talk about OG Wizard, very slow start in the first 4 halves until, you know, overtime, and he steps up in a big way, and then he shows that comfort with multiple clutches in the cider. Maybe it takes a little bit for this PA team to come online, but they did so when it mattered the most here. And deny Fluffy Aimers what could have been an opportunity to kind of take the reins on this matchup, and in terms of the mentality of this matchup here when you're going up against Fluffy Aimers, because they've got a lot of head-to-heads. Fluffy Aimers have won a couple of those key head-to-heads. I think it's promising that Party Astronauts are punching back now.
Absolutely. And I think what's even more promising is that they had a convincing map victory, right? That's not often the case for the Party Astronauts. You see them reeling a little bit, even with those big leads, they kind of slip away from them more often than not. But for them to get a 13-5 on Anubis is phenomenal. And they look great from beginning to end. They win that pistol round on CT side, and they don't really stop after that point. We're going to take a look at the stats, the final stats here on map number 3. And OG Wizard, we saw him do very well for the squad, right? There were some struggles for him throughout the series, but when they needed him here on Anubis, unbelievable stuff. 2 1v2s, I believe, or that were pulled off, as you called out, and they were at such critical moments. And then you look at Viz also getting that check mark. Fang was 1 away, but I mean, look at the bar that's set for him, right? 17 frags on 1 map. He's just been that good, though.
Yeah, I mean, understandable. Setting the bar high here consistently for him there. I mean, I'm definitely impressed with Viz, who is again, like, filling a lot of these positions that Peeping has left. And I think that's a very difficult job. I mean, Peeping, who has been actively playing CS consistently, who also I think maybe because you highlighted, I think this is the best that Fang has looked in a while. You
Yes.
said that during that best of three. I'm gonna 100% agree with you. This is an incredible performance from Fang all the way through the series. I think Peeping almost took away some of the shine
Yes.
of Fang because of how good Peeping is and how many kills he in resources that he was taking. There's only so many kills in a game that you win. So Peeping was capable of bringing through those big multis, but definitely a great look from Fang. And I'm with you. I think he can certainly rise here with this roster consistently all the way through. We'll take a look at the other end of things, though, and talk about Fluffy Aimers. Great 3-map series from Brett. Saw a lot of promising calling, individually playing well. Tried to get him through that T side comeback effort, just put in a lot of tough spots. And obviously, I'm excited. Maybe not the best map individually from Denied, but he showed a really good form in this series. Showed a little bit of nerves, I think, early on in Ancient,
Yeah.
but built confidence throughout it. And I think if you're able to build confidence in the span of one series, definitely a prospect to be excited about.
Yeah, no question. I think that Denied's one to keep an eye on. Maybe he'll find a place with another team that might be looking for a new fifth. Who knows? But I mean, for now, the Fluffy Aimers, we're going to say goodbye to them. The Party Astronauts advance, and that will lead us into our next matchup between the Timbermen and, of course, Boss. Before we get there, though, guys, we have some thank yous to dish out. So, of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we're going to hit the break. When we come back, we'll have Boss up against Timberman.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home. Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
PrizePicks and Revival Series number 5. We're back, folks, with another BO3. It's going to be Boss up against Timbermen. I'm very excited for this one. I think this Boss roster is looking more and more interesting by the day, and they just had some pretty impressive stuff happen over at Philadelphia versus the Timbermen, Cole, who, I mean, we were wondering what this roster would look like. I'm still not convinced necessarily that the 5 players we've got coming in here are going to be the final ones, but we already have Veto up. I mean, I don't know if... Okay, we're going to go right on through this, guys. Mirage, Ancient, and Dust 2 going to be coming up here. What do you think, Cole?
I'm excited to see Mirage here. Obviously, a map that I think Boss have developed on quite a bit. They're getting really interesting. They just beat Nouns, I think, in that frag that you mentioned in frag 18. They were playing Nouns on the B stream while I was casting, and they looked very good on it. Watching it back there, so I'm looking forward to seeing how Boss continue to challenge themselves versus good Mirage teams, and if that could be a map that they're good at in the future to level up their game. Ancient's certainly a map that they're good at, though. This is definitely something that they're going to be feeling comfortable in, especially in this head-to-head. And then we close things off on Dust 2, which I've talked to Cryptic in the past year. I've talked to him about how they're developing their map pools. I think they want to more so implement this map into the future. But yeah, definitely some impressive results. This squad almost they did well all the way through. They did face a challenging Sharks team that ended up eliminating them, but we've seen what Sharks can do. We know how they're good, how good they are. So now playing up against this Timberman squad, this is back to a grudge match that they're super comfortable with.
Absolutely. Let's focus in on the PrizePicks analyst segment now to talk about these individuals that are coming to bear in this series. And I mean, look, we got Boss. We got a team that could have made changes. I mean, Cryptic might have wanted to jump and abandon ship for an offer from Nouns, but said, nope, I'm staying here. I like this team. And he's one of my picks, honestly, to have some success here because he has been so very strong for his squad. I mean, it's just impressive, honestly, that what he's been able to achieve, not only in terms of fragging, but as an IGL.
I can't believe it, man. Every time I watch this guy play, can deliver in the frags. Full faith in this squad, full faith in this team. And as you highlighted, man, just trusting in this Boss roster that can do a lot there, but versus maybe some potential security there. I definitely give a lot of respect to Cryptic in that department. Fruit Cup though on the other end there, to his left, I think is definitely going to be interesting as you can see our little laser pointer. But yeah, I mean, Fruit Cup for me, I think is one of the better individuals on this Boss squad. This guy can tear it up, and the individual performance, like when things are kind of slowing down, this guy lifts up the team quite a bit. And I've heard, that this guy could be a bit of a fiery force in this team. I'm looking forward to seeing that aggression in the server round by round again versus again a Timberman team that these two rosters are familiar with each other. They got
Yep.
something to prove. They got a grudge that I think is going to be felt out throughout this matchup. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these two teams are made of.
Yeah, and I think Timmerman, we're looking at them now. I think they have struggled to find themselves as of late. Carson being added to the roster after he was cut from Nouns, it was the obvious kind of destination for him, given that Timmerman were trying to find a new third, fourth, and fifth, but it ended up going back to what it was before with Shane, Dare, Snav, and Dia, and then Carson being the new addition. They looked all right in their previous time here in the Revival Series in number 4. Ended up losing that time though, so I don't know. Like I'm not really sure what to expect from them. I feel like Boss are a team that's rising and Timmermen are flatlining. So if I had to say my prediction, I'd probably say Boss are going to be able to take this one, but Mirage is going to be a tough map for them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw actually what Mirage looked like, and we actually, focused in on Carson as an individual who's stepping in for a lot of peeping's
Yes.
roles,
Yep.
and he just looked super uncomfortable in some of those different roles that he's unfamiliar with. So my question is, given the situation that they're facing, we're not sure about the future, although Timmermen are still showing up, and so to me that makes me think this is the future. This is what we're going to be seeing. I don't know for sure, but just keep an eye out for how this team's sticking together. But Carson for me was really interesting. Is his role going to change at all in this team? Is he going to be
Yeah.
able to maybe demand a little bit more space and take some different positions? Because I mean, if you remember on that A side of Mirage, that CT side, he was constantly being tested. A lot of those times he was finding himself out of position and out of his depth of field. So I want to see if that remains true for Timmerman, if that's going to be a consistency and how those roles shift up.
I don't know how much time they've had to practice though, because their last time playing was in Revival Series number 4.
Right.
Since that point, they haven't done anything in terms of Counter-Strike. So maybe they're playing pugs or things like that or practicing, but I don't know. It could just be they're coming in here a little bit cold. And you highlighted it. It's a very valid point. Carson struggled on Mirage because he's used to playing mid connector, and they
Yeah.
had him playing Palace balcony, which is not his comfort zone. It was abused previously. We'll see if it happens again. Maybe a sleeper pick for me as a player that can perform really well. Outside of that, you're probably looking towards Shane. I think he's always been good, despite the fact that he was trying to take a break from the game and go and focus more on his job, I believe it was, but that didn't happen. So he's back into it here with the squad. I think there are still changes on the horizon for Timmerman, if I'm being honest. I think there's going to be a roster shakeup that's going to happen. It's just a matter of when
Mhm.
and who they're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, right? Like you highlighted, this Timmerman roster hasn't been playing a lot of Counter Strike, so maybe that
Yeah.
opens up options for Shane to be a little bit more comfortable in whatever his future looks like. So, maybe like a thing where, hey, we still need to play with this 5, we still need to play with this
Yeah.
core. I mean, especially when you talk about like the future ranking points. Timmerman probably have stacked up. I know they haven't won anything, but they probably stacked up a decent position in like the Valve ranking system. So probably want to stick around here with as many pieces as possible. But as you said, we just a lot of unknowns heading into 2025, and because of that, we're talking about a team that is kind of dipping in performance versus Boss, who is the complete opposite. They've been throughout the second season of the year, talking off the back of the player break,
Yeah.
have been consistently rising. They've been doing the exact opposite, playing better and better. And this was a team that they had to beat to qualify to the RMRs. They closed it out. They got the win there. And so for the side of Boss, I definitely think there's some exciting prospects for this team in terms of the future that this roster can bring. And I have high expectations that they're going to look to close off this year as strong as possible.
No, I agree. I mean, you look at their Frag 18 performance, they had, a lot of wins there, defeated in notably Fluffy Aimers and Nouns in their their third and second to last matchups, then lost to Sharks, which I actually wasn't aware they came up from South America to play at
Yeah,
Frag
yeah,
18.
I
That's
figured it out when
awesome.
I saw them in
Yeah.
person. I didn't look at the bracket. I was playing in Frag. So after I got eliminated, I helped out with some casts, and I remember I was like just sitting down casting, and I walked by and I'm like, that looks like the Sharks logo.
Yeah.
And then I walked around and I was like, wait, that's Kochi. That's Kochi behind him. That's Sharks. And they came out. So it
Yeah.
was really cool to see. I mean, that's been kind of a Frag tradition, is to have sometimes these South American teams that have been playing out. So always fun to see that.
Indeed it is. And well, we're getting into the action here. I mean, look, for Boss, I guess I was trying to highlight is they did pretty well. I think their kryptonite right now is energy. can't seem to find a win against them. That's going to be important, but we're into the action. Cryptic going to get one. Dare trades him out immediately. Now Darty's got a lot on his hands, and he won't be able to deliver the frag. Look at this. Dare going to find a couple, and Timberman looking very strong here in this opening pistol.
Incredible. I mean, that mid-sight smoke right there to close the distance was super impressive. I haven't seen that before, so very cool cat execute already being thrown out from the side of Timberman. And we question, what's the sort of depth and practice and protocols here set in stone. They got a cool pistol to show us out of the gates. Slight gonna try and save his raid boss dual Beretta armor. But again, even if it's not like, talking about like some of the discomforts that I talked about for Carson and roll-wise, a couple of weeks is a long time to kind of gain some tricks and some understanding of how to play your role. Look at what mistakes you made in your previous series on Mirage and say, hey, these are things I can fix up. Because he did look decent in some of the other positions that he was playing. So, if he can kind of hammer that in and figure out how to more comfortably play out some of these positions, I think he'll be just fine, given the kind of time off that we've seen from this team.
Alrighty. Well, let's see what Boss can do here on this force buy. Yeah, I think Carson will be able to freewheel a little bit more on T side, so that might be to his benefit. We'll see. Run boost potentially here for Timberman. Oh, nope. Gotta try again. No, they give up. Like, okay, it didn't work. Let's just walk out to mid, and it actually doesn't even matter because no one is there. Might have just been a peek, in fact, but either way, Carson just going to patiently wait here with the Molotov. There's one that's thrown anyway. He wants to get that one to ladder him up. Great. Yeah, Cryptic's going to be flushed out here, and they definitely heard that one. I was going to say maybe not the first, but Cryptic walks back into the Molotov, and it does so much damage against him that it's only one bullet from the Galil that's needed to finish him off. 5v4 for the Timbermen, who are taking mid control very methodically at this point. Fruit Cup kind of exposed with the deagle. A smoke blooms right in his face, and Freshie manages to, I think, maybe connect onto Stab. I'm not sure. But either way, he will get a headshot that time on Carson. Retake is on for Boss as the bomb ticks away slowly but surely. Dare peering around from Tetris. He's got company as well. Yeah, Shane's going to find Darty actually through the boxes, and it's all Timbermen right here. Slight and Fresh are just going to have to fall off. 2 scouts in their hands, and I don't know if they're going to be able to keep them. Shane walking out, baits a shot, and then Slight will finish him off anyway. So the scouts should be saved, assuming Slight doesn't go for another peek here. Wow, oh, wow, that's risky. And he still gets the frag.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being 2 scouts held onto. On top of that, you get to get a couple exit kills while you're at it. I want to see if that Carson killed. Yeah, look at this. The aim punch looks like it flicked his mouse up to his head. Okay, no, this is just a nice shot. But impressive stuff coming through from the scouters of Boss Timberman, though, going to be walking away the victors of this round. And being able to scale forward at front on this T side. As you said, some of those roll issues will not be as much of a factor on that T side. And especially with calls like this. A lot of utility tossed in towards middle. A couple smokes here and there. But name of the game is going to be quick A execute into a stack, though.
Alrighty. Shane gets one. Slight trades it out immediately, but back and forth we go. I mean, this is just an eco, sort of, for Boss with a couple of saved scouts. Darty manages to get one, but it's not enough, and it will be an easy clean for the Timbermen as they find themselves a 3rd round. Now Boss are going to come out with the guns.
They'll have all the tools at their disposal at this point in time. Good sign for them to turn things around pretty quickly here. If your Boss, get those rifles out as soon as possible. See if you can establish some map control. Mid fights here for Timbermen have always been something that's very strong. Coming through from the core of Nouns as well. Carson, you would expect to just pick up in some of the development of this T side. You can imagine he can influence and call a little bit as well. We'll see what they can do inside the server. These flashes never stop, and Carson gets one turning away. There's the follow-up as well. Carson doing so much damage. Snav able to succeed from underpass, and this hold crumbles.
Wow.
From Cryptic and Freshie now left. Oh my god!
What is this?
Wow, this is unbelievable. The utility from Timmerman. Again, you know, coming into this one, we weren't sure what they had in store. We weren't sure how much work was being done. They look like the most well-drilled team.
I'm impressed, honestly. Like, their utility, even in the last series where we saw them, wasn't great. It felt like they were very discombobulated. There was one round that stood out to me on Ancient where it was phenomenal, but outside of that, it was just meh to me. But here, it's very nice to see them pulling together so effectively. So I guess, I mean, they have to have been practicing in between the two series. Freshie is going to get one here. The round is already over, so it's really just Timberman trying to chase a little bit. AK upgrade for Freshie. Could just decide to save, and he is doing that mostly. Peeks into the ladder room, gets the frag, so Freshie doing the job here to hang on to the AK. There will be no more chase, but Timbermen get the round victory to make it 4-0.
Terrorists win.
Great look from this mid control protocols. They're doing all of the things we would ask this Timmerman squad when they were, you know, winning this map, when they were beating even Nouns on this pretty consistently. The way that they take mid control on both sides of the half was one of their biggest strengths, and there you can see a little extra advantage. A lot of flashes sent in, but Carson, the tip of the spear of that play, finding one opening, doing a lot of damage onto the op, and saying, hey, we're coming through in this map to play. Definitely seems like they've been putting a lot of work in. We'll see if that trend stays true all the way through this matchup.
I mean, if it does,
Riding in the pack so far pretty heavily. Like that, you can see there's not a lot of like defaulting throughout the map. It's just all the resources in one spot.
they're just trying to overload, and so far it's working. Boss only have one player on the B site. Cryptic's the anchor. He's got the deagle. Maybe some magic headshots will come through here. Ooh, that Molotov's not going to make his life easy. He goes around this corner.
Wow.
He does get a nice headshot. Maybe a little lucky there. Snav burns him alive with that Molotov in the end, and it is a 4v4 of Timberman walking out onto this B site. The reinforcements have arrived for Boss. Maybe Freshie can do something with this AK? No, is the answer. Darty tries to pick it up, and he can't. He only has the deagle still. Finally does get the AK, but everyone has disappeared around him, and he is now done too. Carson with the 2K, and Snap as well to give Timberman a 5-0 lead.
Fucking incredibly clean on this B-side play. I mean, again, good utility usage to flush out Cryptic. Make sure he can't get away with too much. I love the double swing here. Snap playing on top of that car, but waiting for his teammate to double swing market door with him. That's just a nice little extra detail. And I mean, realistically, how much more do you have to build bringing in Carson? This guy's very familiar with the Timberman map pool.
Yep.
The only adjustment you made is to bring in Timberman. I think it is a big hit to lose Peeping. Great player, but you still have a huge core of this roster, so definitely showing a lot more strength on this map than what they did last time. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. So, nice little lineup right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a set play right now that's coming through. We've seen it a couple times already for the Timberman with the Molotovs thrown in towards mid to get that mid control, and it's worked pretty effectively. Slight's waiting with the op. Can he hit it? No!
Oh my god.
Oh, that's problematic. Snav, beautiful headshot. 5v4, and then he gets a follow-up onto Darty. He's just tearing through their skulls. Carson gets 2, and this is bad for Boss. I mean, look, Freshie's the last one standing. Probably not for long. Flashbanged. Well done, Util again on point here for the Timberman. Freshie isn't finished off, but he may as well be with only 22 HP left. This is quite a show they're putting on. And like you highlighted already, there's Carson, a 3K. He's leading the server with 8 frags. I think, you know, seeing him find his place in the Timberman's important. He's a good fragger. He's actually very strong. So if he can focus only on fragging and doesn't have to do the calling like he was on Nouns very briefly, that's going to be good for him, especially if he has form like this. And like I mentioned before, you know, on T side, he's able to freewheel a little bit more, which is good. I think the true test is going to come on CT side, but if their T side continues like this, they might not need to play that many CT rounds.
I don't think so. We might not get to see a lot of their defense. I mean, they're just blasting through the competition. Slight, ready with his AWP on the right angle. Doesn't get to fire a shot off. Snaps too quick. Showing his entry prowess just the same, and as you said, some serious problems that now need to be sorted for Boss ASAP. Otherwise, they're going to be too far out of this one. And they're still just running as a pack here. 5 players in the top of mid, no defaulting presence. You do wonder if this ever becomes like, you know, kind of cognizant of this idea that this is how Timbermen are playing with such stacked resources. You can see the push towards Palace maybe hints at that, but even this is like an eco that you probably play a little more aggressive on.
Well, we always expect the Timbermen to be strong on Mirage, but this is kind of on another level. Darty whiffs the headshot and can't get another chance at it. Carson will finish him off. Timbermen taking their time into this round. I mean, they figured out where Boss are located, or at least it felt like they did. Now they're waiting a little too long to get this A site, so the rotations are going to come through. Dare could punish Cryptic, who I imagine won't expect him to be at chair. Oh, now there's 3 players mid. This could get so good for Dare and so bad for Boss very quickly. Here comes that Molotov for Sandwich so that Timbermen don't have to clear that corner. They're just going to toss the util on forward. They're clearing out all the angles, very methodical about their approach once more.
No way. Yeah, they're smocked out eventually. I was going to say, there's only a matter of time before he realizes. As much as that smoke was something to work off of, it didn't fully cover Freshy, so turns away just at the wrong time. Fruit Cup blasted. I think Cryptic caught the HE behind Fruit Cup. Blank is, I mean, pretty much null and void at this point as well. So 7-0. Complete dominance once again for Timbermen. You get away with everything you could ask for on the group up, on the initial map control, even on the fight back for map control. That Palace duel. Protocols are just about perfect. Getting gate kept from that AK, literally. Slight will be able to hit the second jump though.
He absolutely is. That's funny. Does actually get it. Yeah, that's... Freshy almost catches them off. Look, this is a commanding start here for the Timbermen. Boss have been blanked. I mean, timeout going to be called from them. You kind of have to talk things over in what is becoming a dire situation. They have a full buy on through. Cryptic has the AK that was carried over from the previous round. But on the other side, the Timbermen are just cruising. And Carson, although he's died 5 times, he's always getting frags, putting himself in a position for trades round after round. It's everything you could want from him compared to the previous time we saw him on Mirage. Previous 2 times we saw him on Mirage, and then the in a Revival Series number 4.
That's a connection through the Molotov right there. Just managed to find a window of opportunity on that timing. Fruit Cup eats a shot. Still kicking, but part of that A defense that is going to be tested potentially pretty early here. Slight has to be ready and willing to go. And oh my god, Dia entries with the AWP. Finds the opening he's looking for. There's that damage capitalized on, and poor Freshy flushed out of the round to the utility. This is suffocating. This is devastating. They can't get away with anything. Boss are getting blasted here. Push and blast the smoke. Carson will take more control. And Timbermen are running all over Boss.
Look, this is, it's going from scary to terrifying for Boss if you're on their squad. Because, look, Dia has been inconsistent lately. He didn't look like he really, to put it not really lightly, didn't want to be there. Didn't really feel comfortable playing with this Timbermen roster anymore. And now it's a different story. He looks comfortable. He looks dangerous every time he's going around. A ridiculous op shot to open things up. And then Carson, who looked completely out of sorts in his first couple of BO3s with the Timbermen. Now looks absolutely comfortable. Darty has no chance at all. This is a well-oiled Timbermen machine going into what could be a 9-0 lead now, because that was the buy-up for Boss that looked like an eco.
A full investment. Up entry. I mean, I was going to say, like you said, Dia actually had a lot of tough times in Mirage, but ended up playing very good in the later stages. I think if you remember that PA game that they were playing up against,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken, he like turned up big time on this map for them. And, you know, if he can start it off early, playing this well, you got Carson, who looks incredibly comfortable. 10-1 for him on the T side. 10 duels, only 1 death. And look at this lineup. Oh my god, man. What is that? Straight through the smoke there. And he whips out the dual Berettas for another kill. This is unstoppable. Cryptic looking for something desperately, but can't get away with anything. Carson gonna run him down with his pistols. And 2 guns is better than 1. As Timbermen, I tell you what, 9 rounds is a lot better than 0.
Yeah, I think, look, we've never really thought of the Timbermen as a team that's lacking in firepower. They've always been talented players on the server. There have been issues off the server that we won't get into, but yeah, that's always been kind of a bit of a thing with these guys. But always really strong. They looked like completely lost when they were playing together over the last few months, though. They didn't look like anything was working. They tried to make those changes like we talked about, ended up with a similar roster in the end because things didn't work out with the players they tried to add. But now, look, this is great for them. I mean, they didn't go to Fragadelphia, which actually was kind of surprising because usually they do, but they decided not to. And look at Carson go. Maybe they just wanted to take a break, and, well, if this was the reason why, then I cannot blame them. Cryptic gonna get the trade here, but lots of damage done against these boss players. Freshie could get one for free here. Freshie, you gotta get that. You gotta get that. Dare a 2K, make it a 3-piece. Slight the last one standing. And this is turning into a complete and total blowout.
A catastrophe at this point, man. Freshie, he wanted the kill so bad he hunted and lost it all for it. Slight gonna land the top side connection on the Palace, but any relief in this one seems unlikely. Identifying where some of these players stay. Bomb finally crossing over towards B. They've yet to plant, but I mean, Slight knows that means the hunt is almost on. 16K for Dia, by the way, so all the money in the world to get aggressive here. There's nothing that's going to hold them back other than making sure that they win the round first things first. And once they start to feel like that's the case, that's when we're going to start to see them close out. But yeah, I mean, this is a much different look on Mirage here than we saw last time from Timberman. Definitely a much different look than I saw from Boss on Land, who had highlighted to me. I was talking to Cryptic and I was saying, hey, that's a surprising win for you all. To dominate Nouns on Mirage, even with the new roster, it's not easy. Mirage has been a map that they've been working on. They've been using, you know, PrizePicks and a revival series in the past to develop this map in their pool. They looked rough on it the first go around when they started playing it. They looked better up against Nouns on Land, but this is a situation that I think has spiraled out of control. As you can see, nothing really working for them at this point in time. And on the other end of things, Timberman, who, as you highlighted, maybe are looking to kind of slow things down as we come to an end in the 2024 season, are doing nothing but speeding up here in this matchup.
Yeah. Boss scraping together a buy. It's a MP9, a FAMAS, the M4s, and an AWP. But it hasn't really mattered much what they've had in their hands. The Timbermen have been breaking through every single bomb site, every single angle that they're going into at this point. They are taking a slower approach into this round. And I think it's Carson, who's been lurking around quite a few times, and quite effectively, of course. 14-2 for Carson. And we have to emphasize again that he was struggling to find his place here on Mirage with the Timbermen. I'm almost disappointed that I won't be able to see much of the CT side if this continues, because I was curious to see how they were going to deploy him, you know, towards Palace, if he's adjusted that position, if they mixed it up and they're going to put him into mid. But again, like, Timbermen are just so good right now that we won't get much of that CT side unless Boss wakes up here in this map.
I don't know if there's time to slow down the firepower that we are seeing. There's Slight, though. Nice opener. There with utility or knife out there, trying to get around the corner. This looks a lot more comforting. Cryptic with the multi as he turns his attention every which way. Now you just have to close this round out. Fruit Cup looking more likely to do just that. But wait, there's
a bomb
bomb
plant.
and
Yeah,
Shane.
yeah.
He has bomb. There's a chance that he could actually lock in the digits here. Great molly as well. I don't blame him for thinking there's a possibility that someone's CT, but Slight runs through the molly? That's madness. And gets the kill because of it, showing no fear in an important crossroads of that round. And balls are on the board because of it, and nothing gets out of control.
That's honestly a phenomenal play from Slight, just pushing through that Molotov. You got to do it because you know you're the only one that can shut that player down before the plant comes through. And I think if the plant comes in, then you're worried about the possibility of Shane clutching it out because he has been that good in the past in similar situations. Finally.
What do you have to lose?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Especially considering the scoreline. Anyway, finally a round for the boss. So that's good news. But it's already 10-1, and it might be 11-1 here. That's just one round that the Timbermen let slip away. Dare, oh, ships in the night, and he realizes it actually. Dare starts spamming forward. Cryptic's gone down to the HE as well, and surprisingly not that much damage done, despite both players realizing that something is amiss as they couldn't move forward. Molotov sails through. And the Timbermen, they've got full mid control as well, so they can literally go anywhere they'd like. Darty getting super aggressive in towards T-spawn, actually gets that frag, but because he's so far forward, B-side is entirely undefended.
Just run up catwalk here. Dare's still looking for some fun. How patient can you be? Freshie's still not rotating, but he bails out as soon as Freshie... He must have seen a barrel or something on the fade of that smoke. There's no way Freshie isn't rotating yet. Dare's just keeping his attention pulled, man. Freshie, the bomb is on the other side of the map. He's the only player with the kit.
What is going on?
With every second of delay, the round becomes impossible. He just wants the kill at this point. Dare's playing with his food. And he's the only one eating up these rounds here. 11-1 with a hiccup. But an opportunity that we still thought was the case, that they could still close out.
Did Dare
just undefeated.
Did Dare just wave his hand like a Jedi and go, "You will not go towards the B site. The bomb is not planted"? Like, what happened there? That was insane.
Freshie just was so concerned. I think Freshie had actually seen an elbow as that smoke faded away.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. He knew he was there. Because he never rotated. He never even thought to rotate. He was fully focused on that kill, but the rest of his teammate had fallen in the meantime. Never want to find yourself in that position, I'll tell you that much.
Definitely not. That's tough. Well, we go into the second half, and I think that scoreline tells all the story for you guys. Fruit Cup, dead. Immediately. Not even a chance to fire. Diaz got the dualies in a perfect position. He's only going to get one. None, actually. Dare's going to get the dually frag. Now Shane has to do work. Boss trying to power the way back in, but Shane gets two precision headshots from the USP. And the Timbermen have 11 map points available to them.
Oh my god. That is nasty right there. Look at that.
That is, yeah.
It's just, it is pure precision on that comfort towards the B side. You know Shane's going to feel comfortable. And as we highlighted, you know, we won't get to see a lot of Carson playing out towards that A side anchoring.
Yeah.
Here, because they just dominated so hard in that first half. And actually, it's Snap playing there, and Carson is kind of leaning towards connector. So
that's the adjustment I was actually interested to see. So yeah, they did switch it up. You could tell Carson was so uncomfortable that I think it's a smart thing to adjust this. We won't get to see much of it, I think, though, because this could be over right here. Oh, nice shot from Fruit Cup. Okay, maybe I'll have to eat my words here.
I'm hoping it's not over just yet. I would like to see how they play a more standard round here. Right now, we might get to see that. Carson's got a level. Freshie stepping up to play. Another out of Freshie. What on earth is that? Finding himself through this round, but Dia just lines up a 3K and changes the tide to this round. Slight still standing, though. Bomb dropped, and Dia's control. And a timing. What is that?
No.
What is that? What is that? That is unbelievable. just timings his spam. Slight, do you really want to walk into the tripwire? No way! Are you kidding me? What is he waiting for? He lines it up perfectly and knocks him down. He has heat-seeking vision, and Timmerman closed it out in 13-1.
I don't know. I don't know what we just watched. Speaking of Jedi hand waves, that was just some sort of force power that allowed him to know exactly when to get that spam off. That was unbelievable stuff from Timberman. 13-1. It was never in doubt. They were in full control, Cole, from beginning to end.
I still can't even comprehend. That's a Dia ace. 2 of those last kills,
Dude.
He's just watching the smoke, and both times where someone's over his crosshair, he just pops some shots off. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
That's wild. That really honestly is. Let's take a look. Well, yeah, at the score line here for Boss, it's what you'd expect in a 13-1. Not really much of anything for them. It was tough. It was tough. Timbermen had their number. We've seen struggles for Boss on Mirage before. This is the worst one in recent memory, I would say, for them, because you did highlight the fact that there were some that they performed well on. The win against Nouns, like you mentioned at Frag, was good, but this one is one to put, into the back of their minds forever. In fact, just take it out of their heads and throw it away and never look back on this series ever again, in terms of Mirage anyway. I don't know about Ancient, but we'll see. Here, the Timbermen were fantastic, but Carson, I told you, sleeper pick. He could come through, and he absolutely did. 18 frags. He's well on his way to the PrizePicks frag estimate that you see there at 27. It was already kind of low because, like we said before, he didn't necessarily look that great, both in his time with Nouns towards the latter part of his time there and at the beginning with the Timbermen. But that is what Carson can give you sometimes.
I mean, yeah, there's no question that when he's playing confident, you're going to get a lot of opening duel success out of him. You're going to get a lot of aggression out of him. Found so many of those first kills there. And I'm very interested to see if that success continues to follow up here as we look into future maps. I would have loved to get more out of Mirage there and see, again, is that like a long-term thing? Is Snav, sacrificing his position in connector to say, hey, Carson, go feel more comfortable, go play your role. I think that'd be a really interesting prospect as well for Snav as an individual. So a lot of question marks around that massive map victory. But I tell you what, whatever Timbermen have done between the last time I watched them on Mirage and this time, they got to keep up what they were doing, because that was, just flawless Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break, guys, after that absolute, I don't even know what to call it, just a speed run of a map on Mirage. We'll be back with map number 2 on Ancient after this break.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
back here for map number 2 a lot faster than we expected, Cole, because that was an absolute battering by the Timbermen against Boss on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a surprise to see how one-sided it was. We just watched a boss team that looked good on Mirage versus Nouns on LAN, performed very well versus a good Mirage team. They come back into a roster that we weren't sure was going to be able to develop during these last couple of weeks that we've kind of missed them out of the like Counter-Strike scene. I mean, there's not a
Yeah.
lot going on in the NA space in general, but we haven't seen Timberman play since their last match, I believe, versus PA. And so to see them come through look so much better on a map that we were questioning, are they still going to be good on? The answer is yes, absolutely. They have shown so much. Now they have to bring that into a full series here. I mean, Ancient's not going to be easy to close out versus Boston for sure, but I think what they just established here is that they got a whole lot more confidence. They've been working on their game still during this off time, and I'm looking forward to seeing if that carries over into Ancient.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the big question mark I think that's happening here. There was an interesting run, of course, by the Timbermen on Ancient, where I think they were beating Fluffy Aimers, Laser, and MCS. Then they got really picked apart by the Party Astronauts in the last revival series, which we saw. It was 3-13, which was surprising in how one-sided it was. But I think Fang was doing a really good job in that one, as he has been as of late. And then you look over on Boss. This has been their map, right? This is their bread and butter. They've only lost once in like something like the last 10 matches that they've played there. So, or played here, I should say. I feel like we'll see a different Boss here. I just, it's tough, right? When you lose 13-1 like that, it's tough sometimes to recover and put it in the back of your minds. I think that's going to be a factor, especially in the early rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Warden's got a lot of heavy lifting to do here in this kind of off time to keep everyone nice and calm, motivate them towards the second map. We know there's probably some extra implications here, like a bit of a grudge held in between these two teams. It was a pretty competitive, RMR denial from Boss that eliminated Timberman just a couple months ago. That I think still creates a lot of heat in between these rosters. So you're definitely feeling that pressure if your boss now saying, "Hey, we want to continue to come out the better end of this best of three." Not only that, but continue to show our strength here. Maybe get another shot at NRG in the future as well, which is a team that they've yet to really understand and consistently master. So if your boss, you're super hungry to get this win because it's a stepping stone into future matchups, but they've just kind of stumbled on the first step in that, and now they're looking to avoid the rocky river that's right behind them.
Yeah, so it's tough. It's honestly tough to say how this one's going to go. It obviously will be determined by the first few rounds. If Timbermen continue to look as convincing as they did in that previous one, especially Dia, right? Because on Ancient hasn't necessarily had the best performances, and your Opper can be a difference maker. Maybe not as important, perhaps, as a map like Anubis or a map like Mirage and Dust 2, but still, it's critical to have that Opper take some space either towards mid or into the A site more than likely. Even on B sometimes at long B, like that's a good spot for an Opper to hold. So we'll see if Dia can continue his form because he was ridiculous on map number 1. And I mean, it reflects his performance, like you said, in that last series on Mirage, first series, I should say, on Mirage, where he was the big difference maker on the map as well. Looks like we're going to get started soon here, guys. Not sure. It might be a little bit of a tech delay. Yeah, tech delay has been called. I'm not sure who's having the issue, but Fruit Cup wants a little bit more time after getting destroyed on map number 1 to process it, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's got some issues with his computer that he's trying to resolve, so hopefully that'll be fixed very soon.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to like kind of focus in on what Boss need to do on an individual front, they got to get some kills to answer back to what just happened. I mean, they all we looked at the scoreline at the end of that first map, and it wasn't even comparable. Everyone was struggling. There was no like shining pieces of this team, which usually is a roster that can thrive together. Since Fruit Cup's edition, we've seen a lot more output out of the kind of extremity players and fruit or sorry not fruit cup freshie and Darty, both of those individuals I think got a bit of a boost in performance. I think they're playing well with this guy, and then if obviously you still have Cryptic or fragging IGL, Slight can be at a ceiling of very great opper. We need to see that ceiling reached now that they're mapped down. Otherwise, again, we're going to be seeing that same sort of Timberman firepower overwhelm them on a map that I think historically they've been very good on. Recently, maybe results say otherwise, but this is a map that I think Timberman can really understand. I mean, if you think about it, it's a lot of the fundamentals. You got to establish mid control with a lot of presence from multiple different facets. So this is a map that I think Timberman could get away with a lot of the same stuff that
Yeah.
they were able to do on Mirage, and then you have to worry about that result being replicated here up against the firepower.
I think also Carson becomes an interesting piece here for the Timbermen because he's a player that can absolutely disrupt in towards mid in particular. And I don't know that we saw it too much last time. We definitely didn't see it that much last time Timbermen are playing here, but I think we'll get that element from him, especially considering how strong he was on Mirage just a few moments ago. So we've got a timeout called here by Timbermen. Although it says Timberman, it's not. It's obviously Boss who are waiting for their fifth to get back into the server. As we continue waiting along here. Look, Cole, I want to hear it from you right now. Is it going to be FaZe or Spirit?
I want it to be phased, man. Spirit are gonna have their time for more majors in the future.
Okay.
Let's give Kerrigan his number 2 here first things first.
Are you calling Kerrigan old? Is that what's happening here?
yeah, I am.
Okay. I mean, just
Yes.
saying. Fair enough. Making me feel even older now. Thanks, Cole. Appreciate that. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, old as a CS player there, at a major final.
Yeah, I still find that he's got some years in him, especially if you can call like this and continue to perform at this level. I don't see why he wouldn't, but just making it to the major final is crazy for FaZe. Like the fact that they're even in the conversation, I was counting them. I'm like, there's no way in this world a team that struggled this much will be able to succeed on the biggest stage. But they do it again. They defy my expectations, and I think a lot of people's expectations by making it to this point. Spirit was more of like, okay, this is possible. Donk can carry them to this point. I think you're right in terms of FaZe being the one that's going to take it because they probably have a plan to shut down Donk. And if they succeed in that, I don't see a Spirit victory coming through at all because Donk is the one that's carried them to this point. You just have one piece to focus on. But sometimes when you do that, you put so much focus on one player that the other guys who may not be able to under normal circumstances make a difference will, and they'll catch you off guard. So I don't know. It's really up in the air for me, but I would have the FaZe lean as well, not just because Kerrigan's getting older, but because they actually are looking like a really structured and well-disciplined team heading into those grand finals. All right, we're still waiting here. I thought we were into the action. I was about to wrap my point, but we're not, Cole. So
Yeah, I mean, I really hope, and that's more of like my hope there. I honestly have seen, like calling wise, I think that's going to be a clear advantage. But we do have good news. We're going to be into the action here.
Yay!
And I guess speaking of like multiple different callers here, I actually do think we got baited. But Carson, I think, could actually give this team a little extra amp up in the energy for this squad. I mean, this is definitely a team in Nouns that used to be really good on Ancient. So it'll be interesting to see if he can continue to input on this roster.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Carson is going to be an important piece. And like the fact that he called, I don't know. I wasn't always a fan of the calling that Carson was bringing through. I often found it was a little lacking in terms of depth. But it still gave him an experience as an IGL that will help him moving forward. Even if it wasn't that successful overall, he becomes more of a voice potentially for his team and be like, okay, maybe we should, for the mid-rounding, like deciding on where they should go, the destination they should end up in, and supporting Snav in that role. So maybe that can assist him. I think it's good that he gets to focus on fragging more because he's often a player just, kind of holds W down and says, okay, I'm going to take some fights. And when he wins them, he looks fantastic. When he loses them, it's a little less so. But still, it's that double-edged sword factor that he brings that can really propel you in his risk to reward mentality. All right, so Fruit Cup obviously is having some more issues. Apparently his PC is just freezing up constantly, which sounds like it could be. Let's diagnose it here live, Cole. Let's figure out what's going on with Fruit Cup's PC. So apparently it's freezing up randomly, and then it's just completely freezing up and locking up. So for me, that's either a GPU issue, so it's either his graphics card that's having problems, or it could be the memory. Doesn't sound like a power issue, because if it was a power issue, his computer would just shut off.
I was thinking he should go download some more RAM as soon as possible for sure. That was my first idea. Go straight for the RAM download. Try and see if that fixes the issue. Because I'm with you. It's definitely something to do with the memory in that case.
I'm trying to diagnose it seriously here, Cole, and you're just like, download more RAM. Go and download RAM. It'll make it work.
It's a lot cheaper than buying the actual hard copy of it.
Yeah, by actually getting something real. Yes, that's very true, Cole. Oh, goodness. And we just look at the lifeless body on the ground here representing his PC. It's just dead. Thanks, Rob.
This is after you don't download more RAM. This is what happens to your PC.
Oh, man. Jeez.
Never stop downloading.
Keep downloading the RAM. It always benefits you. You will get more frames.
Did you fall for any old computer schemes? Because that's what I used to fall for when. I mean, I didn't fall for that one specifically, but there were some tricks out there back in the day to try and get me off, the scent there. That downloading RAM was a big one. Deleting System 32 was always.
Oh, dude.
That was a little troll.
Honestly,
I don't even know what System 32 does, but I know not to delete it.
Don't delete it.
That might actually help with his RAM issue. If he deletes System 32, it might open up more space for more RAM to download.
I honestly never fell for anything. I was always very technically savvy.
Okay.
So when I saw that stuff, I was like, no. Even as a kid, I'm like, this seems suspicious. So I never really fell for anything like that. The only thing that it wasn't really falling for anything, but the only thing I was trying back in the day when we were on 56K modems, which I don't even know, I might be going beyond your years, Cole, here. But when I was on a dial-up modem, we used to have these. When I was on a dial-up modem there, I had to find a way to download my stuff faster. It's like, no, but really, the download speeds were bad. So you were always trying to find these programs that would download it faster and fragment the download into different ways. And I never got into trouble with it. It wasn't ever an issue, but there were some programs that supposedly helped you download faster, and it didn't really work. It was all the same thing. So I don't know if you can call that falling for anything, but it was an attempt to try and get things downloaded faster in a world where we didn't have high-speed cable internet.
Yeah, that's tough. I'm
Yeah.
glad I have not had to deal with that ever.
No, you're very fortunate.
Yeah.
You're very fortunate. If there was noise on your phone line, like if your phone line wasn't crisp and clear, essentially, and there was interference, you would lose connection. Yeah, that was the fun times. Or if someone picking up the phone, like my mom would make a phone call. Dude, it disconnected me, and I'm in the middle of a Counter-Strike match, and I'm just like, why are you picking up the phone? I'm about to, I'm trying to clutch
I'm
this.
trying to clutch.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Oh, man, that was the worst. But, man, I have so many stories. I love
I have.
Yeah.
So the future generation, I met up with my niece on Thanksgiving, saw them live a little bit further away, but we got to see them for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And she told me the story about how she got scammed out of her Robux, I think, from Roblox.
No, the
And
Robux
I was,
scams, dude.
and I
Yeah.
was like, oh no. I mean, I remember as a child, you get scammed out of your gold in RuneScape. That was my
Oh,
devastating childhood memory is getting scammed, trying to double my gold, and then I never see it again. And I'm like, now the future generation is getting scammed out of their Robux, which I don't know if it's real money or if it's in-game Roblox currency, but
yeah, my
it's full
kids,
circle. There's always some scams going around.
there are, and it's scary. Like my kids play Roblox all the time, and they have the Robux, and they want to buy it, and they want to get stuff, which is an absolute total waste of money, by the way. Like I try to get them not to do it every single
How
time.
much money do you have in CS skins?
Don't say anything to my kids. Don't tell them it's bad. No, okay, fair enough. You make a fair point. You make a fair point, Cole. I'm being a bit of a hypocrite because I do have a lot of money in my CS skins. But CS skins have value. You can sell
Yeah.
them for money versus the Roblox stuff and all the other stuff they're trying to buy. You can't sell that. This is money into a pit that you'll never see again. So I have that argument in my favor. Even if I'm a little bit of a hypocrite, but still, that's not the point. I've tried to raise them in a way like where they're
Yeah.
aware of these scams. Like I always tell them, guys, be careful, don't do stuff. And they almost fell for something, not fell for it, but they were logging into Roblox like on a website or something,
Yeah.
which was not the way they should be playing because they can get your information, everything. So we had to clear out all their history and make sure their accounts were secure and change their passwords. So they did have that happen to them, but it was also a teaching moment where I was like, okay, you guys need to be careful. Don't go for this third-party stuff. You want to
Mhm.
play, just tell us and we'll get you on the right software to go and play. So I think that type of education is really important for kids as they're growing up to make sure they don't fall for those types of scams for sure.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I feel like when I was hearing the Robux story, I was just like
Yeah,
immediately teleported back to when I was a kid, and I got my RuneScape gold scammed. And yeah, there's also a lot of
dude.
stuff. I mean, scams are prevalent as well. I think one of the most recent CS scams that I've like seen is when I go and check out like my Faceit stats.
Yeah.
So how I do in like Faceit, I use CS stats for that. I opened up CS stats and I'm like typing in my profile, not my like Steam login, but I'm just using my profile link to get straight there. And it's taking me to a login prompt. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. That's never happened before. It's just a phishing
Yeah.
website that was advertised to the top of like Google's thing. And so I almost got smoked by that because
Dude,
like my login information was already in. But
yeah. Actually, someone tried to scam me recently, and this is an interesting one. It's the Discord scam. I don't know if you've heard about this, but someone on Steam's like, "Hey, go and join this Discord server. Like, these guys need a fifth to play their match." And I was like, "Okay, that's weird." And it was someone that I actually trusted at the
okay.
time, so I'm like, "Okay, I'll join up." And then I join up, and the guy's like, "Oh, I'm streaming on Twitch. Do you want to do this Twitch match or something?" And I was like, "What? What do you mean you're streaming on Twitch?" And I was like, "Okay." And he opens up his Twitch stream and there's like 500, 600 people watching this guy that I've never heard of before in my life,
Yeah.
and that also all the comments were just flooding in and they all said generic stuff. Like they were botted comments. As
Bots.
I realized after, I was like, this is weird. And they were trying to get me to log in on Faceit, which I not through their link. I logged in through my own Faceit link. I logged into my account. I gave them my name, and they were going to invite me, so to speak. But they said their software something wasn't working basically. So I think their scam software wasn't working. And I was just waiting to see how it was going to play out. But I
Yeah.
was, to be honest with you, at first I was like, oh, these guys are legit. They want to play. It's fun, whatever. But then slowly as things went on, I'm like, this
It's
is
weird.
weird. And then when things were working, like, oh, are you free to play tomorrow? I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. And it's like, okay, we'll see you tomorrow. And I'm like, no intention at all. I blocked every single one of them and went off of there. But it's like literally you can easily get scammed from people you think you trust on Steam, and you're jumping into this Discord server and people are going to take all your inventory and completely destroy you. So like, it's scary. It's scary out there. You got to be careful.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are getting their like Steam accounts then like ripped away, and then they are now being used on the friends list to
Yeah.
like yeah. So definitely be careful with your skins. I've been getting added nonstop. I just got a gut knife that costs like $120, and since
Yeah.
I've gotten a gut knife, I've gotten like 40 random ads on Steam that like are people I don't know,
Yeah.
people that I don't have mutuals with. I've never gotten that when I didn't have a knife too. So it's like people are really out there trying to scam for $120. Like that's tough, but yeah, I mean, definitely be careful out there, guys, with your skins.
You
Hold them
have to.
dearly.
Yeah, like my inventory is pretty substantial. Like I've got a lot of money invested into it. I
Mhm.
love skins. I mean, that's just it's one of my hobbies. So for me, I love to get
You
some
thought
cool stuff.
about spreading your skins out to multiple different accounts in case
That's an
worse comes to
interesting,
worse?
yeah, that's an interesting thought. Not really. Like what I'm trying to do is lock down my current account as much as possible. Like I have
Okay.
family sharing, or I think it's called family sharing. Anyway, I've got like a way that I can lock my account with a passcode basically through like the family mode,
Yeah.
essentially. So I do that. I have Steam Guard. I have multiple layers of security on the account. So hopefully it'll keep me safe. And I'm so careful. Like I'm so hesitant to use trading sites. Like that scares me because there's a possibility that someone could be like snooping on you and basically get your information and just grab your stuff. And who knows? Like I don't even know the extent that some of these scammers get stuff. You see like Launders lost his
Yeah,
stuff
that
and
that was the
like
crazy part, the
y-
Launders
yeah.
QR code scam.
dude, like you can't use QR codes basically. Like there's
You go
people
to a
trying to scam that
restaurant.
stuff. I
Yeah,
do,
yeah.
it's yeah, even like I mean, hopefully not at a restaurant, but you never know. And I mean, I even saw like there's a parking meter scam that happens too with a QR code. They put another QR code over it, and like when you're trying to pay for parking, you basically pay the scammers instead of paying for the parking. So not only are you paying the scammers, but you're getting a ticket
They're
afterwards
always
because you didn't pay
they're
for your
always
parking.
thinking right there.
It's just it's it's
Yeah.
absolutely wild. Paladin saying in chat, two-factor for your two-factor for your two. Like, yeah, I mean, honestly, like it feels like that. A two-factor should be enough to protect you, but it's not even
Mm-mm.
the case on Steam. It's wild some of the stuff that's happening right now. By the way, guys, sorry, we're having like a podcast right here right now, which is fine. I love it. But let's check in on what's happening here. Still trying to fix the PC. If it's not fixed soon, they'll get Wardino in. Okay, they're gonna have a
Ooh.
sub coming in. Wardino's coming in.
I have casted Warden in the server. This was a long time ago. I can't even remember when I last saw him, but I think it might have been for like one of the RMR games. He played crazy good. Let me see if I can find his last performance. So, uh as a player, cuz now as a coach,
It's
let
been a
me
while, man.
cycle it out there. It was versus Complexity when he was casting or coaching the Forsaken squad. So this is actually the now like wildcard team when he was coaching, and it was on Nuke that I watched him play, and this was back in Go actually. He went
It's cr-
14-9 with a 1.15 rating on
Oh,
Nuke. So
okay.
he was playing good.
Look, I mean, good. That's from CS:GO. Entirely different game. He hasn't played CS2 at all. Look. I mean, well, not entirely different game, but you know what I mean. Like things have changed quite a bit since CS:GO. I don't know. I don't feel good for Boss, honestly, because Fruit Cup has been that player making the difference for their squad when they've been getting their wins. So to lose him would kind of be bad. He's that guy that sparked the flame for them. So I really don't know how this is going to go. I'm just reading in Discord. Actually, Griffin, one of our producers, coming in here saying, "Gotta keep that inventory friends only." Yeah, I guess. I like having my inventory available for anyone to look at. I don't really mind, but I kind of agree. Maybe I should lock it down a little bit further in my steps to protect. But yeah, guys, we're just waiting. Oh, Wolf is saying cancel or reschedule. No, you don't cancel or reschedule. We're here now. We're playing now. We're gonna figure this out one way or another, and we're gonna get either Fruit Cup back in or Warden. Warden's gonna run it back, and he's gonna
I'm
play some
excited.
Counter Strike. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I talked to him a little bit about coaching, and I was thinking about maybe in a couple of seasons coaching like an advanced team or something. I go, what do you have to do to kind of like get into like CS coaching? Like how do you like work? Do you have any tips or anything? And he goes, don't don't do it. That was his
Well,
reply. He said, don't do it. Don't get into it. Um,
okay.
yeah, I mean, he talked a little bit about like Valve trying to get rid of the like coaching roles, kind of, because you know how majors are. That's very like anti-coaching. You got to be super careful with the rules and stuff like that. And then the RMRs or at least when they existed, they were completely like no coaches allowed during these online matches.
Yeah.
So he was like, don't do it. So that was his advice.
Uh,
Which I mean, hey, it's good, better to be real than to
I guess if you're looking for a role model for coaching, guys, it's not Warden. So
He's a
there you
little
go.
jaded,
Yeah.
understandably so,
So
after his experience as a coach so far. Just slowly gets like more and more removed from the major circuit.
yeah, no, I get it. Honestly, it's tough. I feel like the coaching role was never really embraced by Valve either, which you're kind of alluding to with the fact they can't even really participate in
Yeah,
the RMR. It's just coaches are important, man. Like you need them to be there, and I wish it was valued more at the
and I think
top.
in the NA scene as well. If you're talking about getting removed from the RMR system that we had at
Yeah.
one point, it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
okay, well now how many more qualifiers do we have for like big events as well? So you kind of understand the idea that this was like at one point like a position that you could really help your team be involved in the most important event for your team's career, especially if you're an on-site organization like Boss, where getting an opportunity to play at a major, just getting that opportunity alone instantly increases their chances of maybe 1, getting an
Yeah,
organization, or 2, getting sticker money. So that will mean getting an organization will never matter to them for a long time in the future. So, those 2 like examples right there definitely make sense as to why, that's the
absolutely.
case.
Man, I would love to see some of these NA teams that are kind of at the cusp of making it get some sticker money. I was really rooting for Boss, honestly, because like of
Yeah, I
how
mean,
hard
they
they've
almost had
worked.
complexity right there in
Yeah,
that best
yeah.
of 1. I was talking to I was talking to them. I think their like motive off the back of Frag at least was when they were highlighting to me that they were proud about their performance. They were happy that they were able to put that much damage. They said when it's that close, it hurts to lose,
Yeah.
but they were still very impressed with what they were able to do. I mean, I think a lot of people in the NA scene expected them to be one of the teams, the only on organization or like team that was at the RMRs entirely throughout the whole like world, the only team without an org. So
Oh,
definitely impressive there.
by the way, apparently we're live. Apparently they're
Oh,
running it.
let's go.
Somehow, yeah, Fruit Cup.
He downloaded the RAM.
Yeah, he got the RAM, guys. He's good. Paused right now, but apparently we are live. So we got a bit of a delay on our side, guys, of course, to catch up with everything that's going on. But once we're into it, which we will be, I promise, Fruit Cup's computer has been fixed. He's downloaded RAM, he's updated his drivers, and everything is good. He's got CCleaner on his computer, which no one uses anymore, to clean his registry.
I have used C Cleaner in the
I
past.
have. It was everyone had it on their computers. A moment when everyone was using it, and now no one is. It's like it's disappeared into obscurity.
Well, I think Windows now has some sort of like disk cleanup thing.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, so Windows kind of takes care of everything. You don't even need like antivirus anymore. Windows does a pretty good job with Windows Defender. There's not much need
Although
for.
Windows Defender uses all my RAM.
Well, you just got to download more.
I gotta download more of it. There we go. And we're full cycle.
Here we go into the action, guys. Hope you enjoyed a little podcast. Dare is going to get the dually frag onto Freshie. Dia gets one back, and Darty gets 2 for himself. Alrighty then, Boss making a case for themselves here, but that is not going to help them. Dia with the headshot onto Fruit Cup. He continues his hot form, finds the follow-up. It's all down this slide, and what a shot from Carson. The Timbermen are going to get the first round here.
And already showing their ability here that has not dropped off despite a little bit of a pause in the action. They have not dropped off in this performance at all, just keeping up this pace. It's clean shots that are being connected. I like the idea from Boss, especially with that flashbang being lined up to take this cave control, but already kind of set in such a tough deficit to fight through. And with, again, the cleanness and the shooting here coming through from the Carson that continues to put pressure on this Boss side. It is a quick reminder that even though we had that little break in the action, as we get back into it, you're still up against the same team.
Yeah, and I think the Timbermen sometimes play better when they're riled up a little bit, and like I don't know if they were necessarily happy with the fact that they had to wait for so long, so that's not helping your case if you're Boss going up against a team that's already looked strong in Mirage, and now they're heating up a little bit more. It's gonna get more problematic, perhaps. We'll see. They do go for the force buy here on Boss, because they got that bomb planted, so it's going to be a Galil, two Mac 10s, and 2 Deagles. Util's already gone, though, so they don't have any of that left, except, well, excuse me, they have a flash and a Molotov left, but it's not much.
We get so much fire already as well. Dare just nasty with it, playing off these angles towards the cave side of things here. Dare even keeping control of A main as well while he's at it. Dare on for the ace here. Could he grab it? A jumping Cryptic says no. And there's a chance to operate here, but overwhelmed by the numbers. Lose out too many of those names early on to a single player, and Dare, impossible to clutch through this round. I think a big detail here, the lack of utility that they just didn't have available to them. Didn't have any smokes to cover off CT. It was very difficult to get a molly towards, Dare's location as well. They didn't have that sort of utility, so very comfortable with the lack of pressure from that utility. Dare just holds down the line, and we get kind of another half buy-in order. They're pretty aggressive with this purchase on the side of Pulse. I'm kind of surprised to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, they still keep it healthy for the most part, but yeah, Cryptic's down to 1K, even though the money will be much better in the following round in terms of loss bonus. And hey, they could do something here. That's a great start. Freshie, Dome, Snav, Shane trying to come in here, but the bomb's already planted, so this is kind of mission accomplished with 5 players left alive. Good util again coming through from Timberman, so that's one thing that doesn't seem like it's going to change map to map. Shane spamming through the smoke. Nade gonna get tossed, and it's a beauty. Carson racks up another one, and this is a very nice retake. I mean, look, they looked a little rough at the beginning of the round, and that first frag didn't help things, but they came right on back, and they took care of business very handily. Fruit Cup's last one does get a headshot, but the bomb gets defused throughout all of that, and Timbermen get a third. Will Fruit Cup die? Yes, he will fall. Dia collects another one, and Timbermen are up to a 3-0.
Utility really has mattered so much here for this squad. Got such good utility in the post plans in the early rounds. They've actually gotten like a couple of HE kills on that last map that carries forward here into Ancient. Just being able to establish that in the early round here, keep that as a continuation is a good sign. We'll see this mid control be taken. Nice little move from there to get in that elevated angle. Start of this fight here is straight towards mid control on the CT side, as I highlighted, would be of priority for both of these teams. But Dare at the point of no return. One Molotov might be out high and dry.
Does have a smoke on Dia. Oh, Dia gets one nice one onto lane, and Dare unfortunately unable to get one there, even though he does a ton of damage on Freshie. So the trade very much a possibility here if Carson peeks out at the right time. That Molotov may force him to do so. No, it doesn't, and there's the easy trade for him. Catches the player trying to get to lane as well. There's a 2K for Carson. One pulled back by Fruit Cup, but it's still going to be a tough path into this B site, and Shane makes it even more difficult. Slight gets it down to a 1v2, but 50 seconds left. He has to make a decision. That decision will be to rotate back to the A site. Carson trying to read this, and now Slight deciding against it, but it's at the wrong time. Shane pushed down ramp, and that's going to do it for Boss in the round. Again, a 4th in a row picked up at the beginning of the map, and Boss, that's their bye round that falls away.
Especially with the good, early trading and a little more back and forth in this opening affair. It's not the completely one-sided dominance that we saw early on Mirage. There's some good back and forth that we see. There's some bomb plants actually taking place as well. So a couple of positive notes, but the round count still heavily in favor of Timberman in the series so far. And that feeling isn't going to fade even if you come close in these rounds. If you don't win them, it's not going to matter here. Back onto a half buy as well. So they're, again, continuing to keep the pressure on this economy. Darty going to deliver with the AK in hand, but now Snap put in the back of the cave side position. Able to find a second, and the spam through the smoke backs it up as well. So it's going to be handled. A post plant at least, and a Slight 182. A player who's so capable in the clutch. Can he shut this team down?
That's crazy, though, from Snap. To get even one in that situation, and then even the follow-up is nuts. Slight just on the edge of this incendiary. He's going to manage to slip away a little bit. Goes through the spam. I don't think he has a lineup, and Timbermen have realized this. They're going to try and stick the defusal. Carson's got it. Carson has it. That's it. Slight down to 6 HP. Could be dead as well, and he is. There's no guns saved over into that next round. Well done for Carson, who continues his hot form here for the Timbermen and helps them get a 5th round victory.
Having a good look there with the composure, as you said as well. I'm trying to remember, because we did get to see in that last best of 3 what we got out of the, the difference in between, Carson. I believe he was playing in Cave up against PA.
Yeah.
And now Snav is again playing in that position. So I think Snav kind of sacrificing a lot so that Carson can feel a little more comfortable. But some of the other players that we know here, Dare, just as aggressive as can be. And Snav still seemingly so comfortable in this new spot for him. Finding himself a multi. firing through middle, having Dare's back. I mean, Dare goes through middle to fight down Cave, or fight down Cat, and then Snav runs through Cave to fight mid, so they just feel like they're reversing the order for a dominant round.
It's amazing what one adjustment can make, right? Just getting Carson into a more comfortable spot to get some frags, playing donut mid, which he's used to playing, instead of being forced into something that doesn't make sense for him. And you're going to see one frag there for Slight, but that's it on the round. It's just like Carson's more comfortable. Snav is more willing to take those tough roles. I'm sure there had to have been a conversation that was had, like, guys,
Absolutely.
I need to play something a little more out in the open where I can freewheel a little bit and not get stuck into an anchoring spot. And wow, like,
I mean, depending on how, like, I would say, like, how dedicated we're going to see out of this 5-man roster, is it worth a shot in a game to say, hey, let's test it out, let's see how things work, and if it goes well, let's try and maybe look towards that as our long-term solution, or if it goes poorly, I could try and learn this role and develop. But I mean, from what we've seen, so little out of Mirage, but on an individual front, it just feels like everything makes more sense.
Yeah. It's just that little change, and it's the quality of a good IGL to be able to adapt and say, okay, let's find something that works here. Let's get this chemistry flowing a little bit more and make it so that our team operates more efficiently. And man, like, it's night and day. I use that. I mean, that saying's used a lot, but it is legitimately the case for the Timbermen compared to the previous NA series, NA Revival series, and this one. I'm impressed with what they're bringing to the table. I think they're going to scare a lot of teams, whoever they end up facing off against, and could even have a hot enough run to make it to their first grand final in an NA Revival series. Carson peeking around there with Shane aggressively going into A main. They get the first heal. This is just a battering again. Slight is going to get one at the very least. That space opened up into mid, and okay, maybe hold on a second. If Boss go towards the... Okay. I was trying to hype them up a little bit, Cole, but then Slight gets caught out. So they can still go to the B site, but now it's been closed up. And they even have 2 players coming in on the flank. So if Shane even gets one here, it's done. And I don't even know if he has to. Yeah, it's done.
He will. Gonna slip on that there, and Shane will find Bolt for good measure and make sure it's comfortable, it's easy. It's confirmed 7-0, and it feels like, despite the extended break, it's still going to be a very quick bit of action here. A quick map, because this rampage from Timmerman is not slowed down at all. And Boss just not available to fight back at this point in time here. Gun round, half buys, it doesn't really matter. They find solutions.
You have to wonder maybe if Fruit Cup's actually having some PC issues that are hindering him a little bit, even though now he can actually play. But, I mean, what's the excuse for everyone else? Dare is going to get a couple here. Cryptic's gone. So is Darty. Freshy, Slight, and Fruit Cup are still left here. But, man, this is already seeming like a non-starter again. Okay, Fruit Cup gets a couple. Makes it interesting at the very least. 14 HP left. Going to that B site fast is probably the best decision for Boss. You don't have much util. You need to take fights, or at least find that space and get a bomb plant. And that could happen here with Snav actually fading away. This is an A-side gamble for Timbermen. Which doesn't have to happen, by the way, with the 3v2, but they're going to do it anyway.
Looks like they're going to get more involved, though, slowly but surely in this position. Those numbers get punched in. Going to start the retake effort here. Good position from Fruit Cup. Can't continue to develop this round here. Not quite. Snav instantly dismisses the idea of a clutch here. At least for Fruit Cup. Now Freshy would have to pull something even bigger off. He steps forward, though, in an interesting position. Sometimes it can be difficult to trade here. If you catch players with utility, it's a lineup opportunity. But that's where Dare comes into play. And we'll secure the round for Timberman. Not going to let that one slip too far out of control. Definitely a vision there, but not going to be able to fully capture it.
This is, yeah, I mean, nice effort for sure from Boss. And I thought Freshy for a moment would be able to pull that one off because he was doing the damage, but couldn't get that killing blow. And then it would have required a crazy transfer onto the last player, which again, not out of the realm of possibility. It was just a lot of things needed to go right. And yeah, Dare already had that lineup, as you saw. 8-0 in favor of the Timbermen. Boss, the loss bonus is 3,400. A bomb plant means that they can get a pretty decent investment, but it's not really the investments that have been holding them back. It's the duels that they've been losing repeatedly. And look at this, it's not going to change. The first 3 bodies to the ground are all Boss players, and they will manage to get a recovery here. The problem is, it's down to Cryptic in a 1v3. Maybe a lineup here! Oh, almost, but no cigar. Timbermen 9.
Wow. I think there is a bit of this team that is coming into this one just feeling already defeated. The feelings of that last map certainly carrying over into this one. Timbermen are reaching a flow state here. They're past the point of that. And Boss cannot counteract this at all. I don't know. I think it's starting to feel a little too late to start the conversation for that as well. Feels like just trying to get off the floor here is the key. But, you know, the speed in which I'm watching these rounds play out, the dominance that continues.
What is this?
Yeah, they're running headfirst into the firefight every time. Someone's got a multi-kill for you. There's Carson, that'll secure it. All over the map. This is a definite shock here for Boss.
It feels like, I mean, yeah, it feels like they've tapped out a little bit when you're watching the way they're playing right now. Dia's going to get that last frag. 10-0 for the Timbermen. Nothing at all has changed on a map that, like we talked about, Boss have dominated. I mean, again, we have to look at these results. Versus Nouns winning 13-9. Roomba Peak 13-11. Fluffy Aimers 13-9. M80 back in Challenger League last season, 13-11 win against the Party Astronauts, 16-13. Things are going well. PrizePicks, by the way, guys, getting a check mark for Carson. Well deserved, because he has played incredibly well. 28 frags, more than 28 frags was achieved. But yeah, like, they were beating good teams on this map. This is just a huge off day for them. Oh my God.
Definitely the case. I mean, as you said, I think tapped out is the right word. This entering is in fully now. The point of no return, running into the crosshairs over and over again, just trying to get something lifted off. But like you said, that the history here, this team, not the same roster we've been watching for sure. Fighting for control of elbow. You're so frustrating.
I mean,
oh, just blasted.
they can't even get into mid. They just can't even get out here. And the Timbermen are playing it well. I mean, that aggression towards mid is what you've got to do on your CT side to gain that map control. And Boss have not been able to get past this stalwart defense. Freshie, 38 seconds left now. 39, 38, whatever it is. It's not going to be pretty for him. They back off, giving him some space, but it's intentional because then he has to still hunt down the bodies with only 28 seconds left. Dare will finish him off. That'll do it. 11-0 in favor of the Timbermen. Boss have yet to crack the goose egg, and there's only one round left in this first half. Seeing a lot of blue here.
Wonder how long that pause was. We're going to be in there for longer than in this map at the moment. I think we're on for that.
That is actually true.
Timbermen keep this up.
We should go and check the timestamps after.
We gotta get the numbers here on this one. Interested to see what the mindset is here after this one for Boston. You imagine it's not good, but I'm sure that have something to say about what went wrong here. But something going right finally. I think blinded up by the flash. They got a couple inches. There you go. Darting, finding some sort of success, looking to break that goose egg on open. A couple inches like that might just do the trick. Looking to be on the board here after a long delay in this first map. or second map rather. What a way to do it. Good utility, solid execution, finally some entries. Maybe coming a little too late, but finally finding some sort of solution.
Yeah, it's still 11-1. Like, it's not gonna be
They're on the
great.
board though.
They are.
They're
They
so
are on the
back.
board. They're back into it, Cole. I love the faith. I love it. Carson is going to get one here. I'm just like, he's not even going for the site. He's just going for stats.
Save that KD.
Yeah.
Dude, Carson with the PrizePicks check mark in like a total of what? We played 14 rounds in the first map.
Honestly, I can't remember now. Let's go
I think
check.
it's 4. It was 13-1, right?
I think so. Yeah.
So that's a cheeky 14 round.
Yeah, it was 14 rounds there and 12 rounds here, and he got the check. Actually, it was 10
It was even
rounds
less
here.
than that. It was
Yeah.
10, yeah. So 24 rounds played, check mark locked.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I think he's the only one that's going to get it if this ends in
Yeah.
the next couple of rounds. There you go.
See if that one round can provide any sort of inspiration for a pretty deflated team here. And Boss, definitely a tough way to kind of cap off your year, but at least it leads into a little bit of a break that you can kind of reset, recoup.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just going to get ready for Challenger League Season 50, which, I mean, I'm sure they're going to perform well in. This is maybe a wake-up call for them, saying, okay, we got some practice to do.
Mhm.
But, yeah, what can you do? Sometimes it goes like this, even for the best teams. You have those off days. Maybe they'll be able to win this pistol. Darty gets the headshot. The problem is they've lost all control of the A site, so it's going to have to be some razor-sharp USP shots coming through, and so far, no, not
Jeez.
happening. Yeah, Slight's way too far away, too, and he has to go in by himself since Darty was just fragged, and there's a flashbang as well. He's just going to fall off. There's nothing he can do. He's got the armor. He's got the dualies. Does he try to get a frag here? Maybe Dia dies, but he's got the shadow advantage. Okay, Dia's gone, but there's no time to defuse the bomb anyway, and Slight gets gushed down to 3. 12-1 for the Timbermen.
That's easy pistol round couple going down to the bomb as well. Is Slight going to be the last man standing. Still feeling defeated, but last man standing nonetheless. As the deadly shots just don't stop here from this Timberman squad. Get them in a pistol round, they're just going to destroy you here, it seems like. Because their aim is in tip-top shape. And hey,
Oh, hey.
they have it there. Following shortly behind Carson. Just as impressive. I mean, anyone that gets the PrizePicks, you know, estimated kill total there gets that check mark. More than 29.5 kills. Because this has been a fast series. It definitely shows how good on an individual level some of these players are playing.
Yeah.
On the side of Timberman. There's not a lot of rounds to get these kills.
Most certainly not. Unless Boss come back and get 11 in a row and we go to overtime.
That would help. That would help a lot. You might even look at some Boss players getting close to it. I think they're just so far removed, but...
Mm-hmm. Oh, extremely. Like, there's maybe Darty, perhaps. Outside of that, I'm not seeing much of anything here in terms of the estimated frag total being hit. Fruit Cup? I mean, this is the stacked site that Timberman could be walking into. But with that Molotov thrown, feels like, yeah, they just want to clear this out. Bomb is still waiting behind the B double doors, and with the time where it is, it'll probably end up being a B hit. This could be a round that Boss picks up. We'll see. I mean, they went aggressive down the ramp. Timberman now have to execute in this direction. 35 seconds left. Dare gets the opener, which will help a lot. Now Fresh is let down to 27. Slight, oh no, gets nothing. I thought he had something there, but no, it doesn't happen. Snap dropping Freshy. Cryptic manages to collect one scalp, but he's going to need a ton more. Gets the Galil upgrade, goes for the spam through the panel, but connects on absolutely nada. Now Darty and Cryptic working together from Cave. Obviously positions are known, and now even more so with that spam coming through. But what choice do you have? There are just too many bodies to find here. and it won't happen. Carson gets Cryptic. Darty is likely not long for this world, and it'll be back-to-back 13-1 victories for the Timbermen, Cole, as Boss are eliminated.
If you can do the math right there, 155 ADR for Dare in this matchup, which is absolutely absurd. I mean, just an unbelievable performance coming through from the side of Timberman. They gotta question that profile picture. We still got the Game of Thrones profile picture in 2024 is crazy. Either way, a fantastic best of 3 coming through from Timberman, 26-2 overall. I mean, there's really just, it felt like after 2 best of 3 losses, one of them being in PrizePicks NA Revival Series 3, the other being in the Perfect World Shanghai Major Close qualifier for the RMRs. You know, those back-to-back best of 3s here being won out by Boss into what we just saw today with Carson as one of the bigger changes and without peeping on this Timberman squad. I mean, well, that's an unbelievable result here and an incredible performance coming through from Timberman that can lead you to believe that this roster is going to be scary tomorrow as well.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to check out that bracket, guys, once we have it all updated. I think the other match probably is still going on. I don't know. It started a little earlier. Let's go. Let me just have a quick look here. No, actually, all the matches have wrapped up. So we're going to check out the bracket in a little bit. There it is. Rob's amazing. He already brought it up for us. Party Astronauts up against Nouns. I think that one's going to be really interesting. And then you have Timberman NRG, which on the surface, if you're looking at Timberman, like the previous Timberman that we saw in the NA Revival Series number 4, you'd be like, okay, it's all NRG. But no, like I don't feel that way at all after what we just saw. Both matchups tomorrow could be very, very spicy.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you. It's going to be an absolute blast to watch these. I mean, the semifinals is where it gets good. We're fortunate enough to see that PA and Fluffy Amers game out of the gates, which that one was an absolute blast. Like that series delivered, I think, and very cool to see Fluffy Amers still being able to work with some new pieces here. But take a look at the total score lines here and see how close some of these boss players were to reaching the PrizePicks estimated kill totals here. And as you can see, you know, I mean, it just was a full system failure for this boss squad. That's what happens when you only get 2 rounds. But you know, key pieces. You got Cryptic, who was struggling as an individual. I don't think there's any one piece though that really matters more than any others because again, 2 rounds in total throughout a best of 3. It just shows how dominant Timbermen were on one side of things and how far you were trailing on the other side.
Just like crazy. 9 deaths. This looks like a scoreline from one map. Like 9 deaths in 2 maps and 8 for Carson is insanity. And 102 ADR for Carson, 124.4 for Dare. Both of them were ridiculous, but it wasn't just them. Like Shane had incredible moments. Snav as well. Dia was ridiculous. Excuse me, Dia already mentioned, but you know, it was really impressive, honestly. But what can you do? I mean, they just dominated from beginning to end. There's not really much to break down other than the Timbermen are looking way stronger. And it wasn't just, the fact that their chemistry was better in terms of who was where in terms of positioning, but it was also their utility looked phenomenal. It looked way better than what we saw in the previous Revival series. So again, like NRG better be ready tomorrow because I think the Timbermen are going to bring a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's a result right there that can make you think, okay, this is the team that maybe we have a good handle on right now, but Boss thought that same thing coming into today. And, Boss, I usually highlight, despite, off the back of a LAN and kind of settling down from that, they don't really come into games, I think, underestimating their opponents. So, for NRG, they got to make sure that they're on tip-top shape. They want to continue to win. They want to, continue to show the form that they just did in that Frag 18 land. So if they can do that, they're going to be ending the year off with, what is it, 3 tournament wins that they've played in a row there. So for actually no, they lost.
Wait, they lost to Nouns. Yeah, that's
so,
right.
2 at least in a row is what they're hoping for. But either way, they're probably going to be eager to get back into a matchup versus Nouns or something of that along those lines and see what they can do up against that team.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. It's certainly going to be interesting, guys. We are going to head out for now, but before we do, some thank yous are in order for our sponsors here, specifically for PrizePicks, who are sponsoring the NA Revival Series. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players, choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are gone swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we are signing off for today. We've got the semifinals coming at you tomorrow starting at, I believe, 2 p.m. Eastern time or around that moment. It doesn't matter. We'll be back with you tomorrow, guys. I am JRT for Cole, signing off. See you then.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.